Hello, one and all. Welcome to the BOL Emerald Season 12 playoffs. We started with 28 teams this season. 16 of them have made it into the bracket, and after today, only 8 will remain in the competition. Pretty brutal format. There's no losers bracket. There are no second chances. The development and growth that these teams have seen over the course of the past couple of months will either be enough or it won't be. It was best of fives from here on out. Our streamed match for this round of 16 will be the defending champs, Tilt Esports versus the revamped Optimal Esports Enigma. We do have some illustrious otters with us here in the production room to do some talking ahead of tonight's action. Guys, please introduce yourselves. We need your IGN, what team you play for, and give us one team besides your own that you expect to make a deep run in the bracket. Espada, you first, if you could, sir.
Sure. For Spada, Resin, BOL, Yapper, play for Reform the Monkeys in the top lane, and a team I expect to see go make it far, at least those semis, is our sister team, Monkeys Fever.
Okay, yeah.
All right, my name's Danny. I am the Shattered Spire top laner, aka Synthwave, also highest gold diff among all the players in the league, pretty sure. One team that I think, I think there's like some obvious choices. I could also say Sister Team Spire, which I do expect them to win tonight. And continue on. But honestly, I really respect AK Hearts, and I think a lot of people were talking down too much in our division, and I think they can do some damage against the other teams from the other divisions.
Okay,
Honestly.
yeah. AK Hearts, I believe they did get the second seed out of Demacia, right?
I think so. Yes, I think
I'm
they
pretty
just
sure
edged
they
out on
did.
Spire on the
Yeah.
counts.
That'll be interesting. I'm really excited to see as well, because you're absolutely right, Danny. That many folks, even myself included, do consider the Demacia division to be the weakest out of all four. So I am really excited to see how they do actually stack up as we start to see some of these results from this cross-division play. Although we have made it into the playoffs. Quick aside, production. Do you have the full bracket available to display for us? At some point during Otter Talk here. If not, I do believe that would be useful. That would be, no worries at all. We can just take a look at the full bracket a little bit later to get a more holistic look at everything. But we are going to start, before we get there, guys, we're going to start with taking a look at some of these match predictions that we do have for tonight. So where are we going to be beginning as far as those match predictions are concerned? Looks like we do have the right-hand side of the bracket coming up first here. So for myself, I do have Tilt Esports taking the win tonight versus Optimal Esports Enigma in our streamed match. I'm predicting a 3-1 for this one. So let's just start there with our discussion about what we're expecting those results to be. Optimal Esports, they obviously... there's some really interesting things going on with this matchup that maybe I'll leave to you guys some of those more spicy details to really discuss. But, Optimal Esports, they have had a couple of good weeks here. Weeks 6 and 7, they were able to pick up victories. So I do think, with the roster change that they made, they're maybe still in a little bit of the honeymoon phase there. I think it's going to be enough to get them at least one game win tonight. But Tilt have overall just looked so consistent. I feel like it's pretty crazy to predict them to lose to OE. But we do have an OE predictor here, it looks like. So, Danny, I'm gonna come to you first for this one. Walk us through it. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, there's like I would say like a little bit of bias because I've only watched maybe one or two of the stream games that they've played, but I do know of quite a few of the Optimal Esports players. I have a few friends in their org, as well as I've played against a few of them, Yeetloaf and Civil, and I think Envy as well. I might have played against them in some scrims or in some like different leagues, and honestly I really respect them. They're a team that is very like they gel very well. They have good macro, good team fighting, and honestly to get to this point, even with getting some honestly what I think are probably upgrades, I don't think they should be underestimated.
Yeah, definitely. So just some experience with more of those OE guys, and just really having a lot of faith in those roster adjustments that they made to really allow them to continue ramping up into the postseason. Then, I guess to summarize your thoughts there, would that be fair?
Yeah, basically. Yep.
Okay. So Espada, what's your kind of take on this? Did you another quick aside here? Did you make a content piece for this
I
week,
did.
Espada?
I did.
Oh, I
Just
didn't.
posted it a couple minutes ago.
Oh
Okay, that
boy.
explains why I didn't see it earlier on. So
Yeah, I just did a little run through about the matches and some player rankings, but it wasn't too in depth. I kind of procrastinated too hard,
sure.
so I did post whatever I could. Yeah.
No worries. Well, what were your thoughts on this one? I see you do have Tilt is your prediction.
Yes, I think Tilt's a really good team, having played against them in like I think 3 scrims now. And I think they got a solid lineup. OEE, sure they've like updated their roster, especially with a pickup with like Civil. So I do expect this game to be like a 5-game banger. But I think the biggest difference will be straight out of jungle. I think Rat Queen Delilah's really good, probably one of the top junglers in our league. And I think All Gucci, he's pretty good at like being like, a weak-sided jungler, helping out his lanes. But I just expect Delilah to just roll him over. Just a carry jungler versus a support. It is what it is. That's like where the main difference will be from.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that absolutely the jungle matchup is kind of the most interesting aspect between these two teams. This clash between these two teams, I think jungle is the most interesting role to talk about. Not only because of the starters, but of course the roster adjustment that was made for Optimal Esports was removing, who many people considered to be their best player in Chris, their own carry jungler, and bringing in All Gucci to kind of fill those shoes. And then, of course, Chris now on Tilt as their substitute jungler. So that's some nice extra spice here. I'm really curious to hear from you guys if you think that Tilt is going to trot Chris out tonight to potentially get some revenge against his old team. It didn't really seem... We actually had Chris on Otter Talk a few weeks ago. It was actually the week right after he was removed from Optimal Esports. And, it definitely sounded like, it was not his call to leave. They kind of pushed him out. And he was definitely bearish on Optimal Esports and their outlook for the rest of the season. But they've made it here. I'm curious to hear from you guys, about kind of maybe your takes on that whole situation, how that went down, and if you expect Chris to be making an appearance on Summoner's Rift tonight in this match. Whoever wants to.
Yeah. I hate to inform you, but he is also off Tilt as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Oh, breaking news.
Wow. How did you hear about this, Espada? I mean, as much of the juicy details as you can share with us.
Well, it came from other leagues, but let's just say he won't be playing for Tilt tonight.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I guess maybe just your thoughts then on that situation as it happened. What were your thoughts when the news first came out that OE removed Chris and we're going in this different direction with the jungle role?
I thought it was pretty foolish. I think the only roster change they had to do was swap their mid and top. I thought Elo's just a better mid, and Epi plays top laners mid anyway, so he should be able to play the top laners he plays top lane. And that's just happened the change they needed to do. They didn't have to go around finding an ADC autofill jungler and then getting a different ADC. But I guess it worked out for them. And they are in playoffs after all, after making the change.
Yeah. They were in 5th, and then after making the change, they won their last couple of matches, and like you said, finished in 4th, finished in with that playoff spot. So clearly it did work to some extent, at least. We'll have to see tonight to what extent exactly it worked. But Danny, did you have any thoughts on that situation in particular as it was developing, a couple of weeks ago?
I won't lie. At least for that specific, that's news to me as well. I think it's interesting. I don't know what personally could have been going on, and I don't know if that could affect team play. Honestly, it might be looking like OE could have like the mental gap potentially tonight. Who knows? Unless they, they gel and everything. Who knows? Who knows? I'm slightly biased, but we'll
Yeah,
see what
yeah.
happens.
It's definitely an interesting one. Definitely an interesting one for sure. Maybe just a couple of specific score predictions from you guys, since this is our streamed match tonight. What do you think the exact score is going to be, Espada?
For Tilt, it's gonna
Yeah,
be
the game.
going to be 3-2.
Ooh, you're expecting a 5-gamer.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay, Danny, you think it? What do you think?
Honestly, I'll say, especially considering what I just heard, I would not be surprised if it goes 3-1 to OE.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the whole Chris drama aside, this on paper, I would expect this to be a really tilt favored match. This is a number 1 seed versus number 4 seed, right? But it's really, really interesting to hear from you guys that you're actually expecting this one to be a pretty competitive match. So that'll be really fun to see later on if that does end up coming to pass. But for now, let's go ahead and move on to our next matchup. We do have TFF Aftershock going up against AK Hearts. And Danny, I believe it was you that was just mentioning in the intro that AK Hearts is a team that you're predicting to actually do quite well in the playoff bracket here, maybe even make a deep run. And I see you are, of course, predicting them to win in this matchup against TFF. Are you predicting this one in particular to be a close match? What are your thoughts on this specific matchup?
I honestly think, because I know, let me look real quick, because I think I know some of the players on TFF as well. And but honestly, after the Spire series versus AK Hearts, where they for the entire series didn't have any bans except for one at the very end because they didn't have their games played. Normally we would just let it go, but like they had several players who did not have their games in. We're like, okay, this is a little much, you know what I mean? But honestly, like they brought it out. That game one, like maybe we were probably a little too lax as well, but they gained my respect, especially after the game one where we got our shit together for games 2 and 3 after that. But honestly, with the style they like to play and how really good their jungler is, especially, I think I would, like I said, I would not be surprised. I do know TFF because we also played against a few of them. They have Chung, shout out Chung, our old support, and Rutledge as well. The goat XD. So like I wouldn't be surprised if it goes either way. I just want to say, do not sleep on some of the teams from our division. Everyone memes the teams, but don't be surprised if some fun stuff happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a pretty interesting matchup that probably could go either way. Spada, what are your thoughts on it? I see you are, like myself, predicting TFF to actually take the victory.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't respect the team that lost to Kittens with Mittens. AK Hearts was supposed to be the better team that week, and they dropped their series against like the worst team in the league in the playoffs. Yeah, and I just think TFF, after they also had some roster issues coming into the league, they kind of fixed it now with Rutledge back in his home in the mid lane, and Walk Warlock in the top lane. I think they have a solid lineup. I think it'll probably be, still close game, but still favoring TFF. I do think on paper they have the better players across the board. I think maybe the closest is probably their top side between XX Soccer X and Cocoa Puffs and Walk Warlock versus Psycho Ghost. But I think TFF has the better mid and bot.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely do have a lot of faith, honestly, in the TFF solo laners in particular. Walk Warlock is somebody that I watched play in Plat League last season, and he was definitely one of the better top laners in that league. So seeing him come in for TFF, halfway through this season was definitely really exciting for me. And I feel like TFF as a whole, just as a team, I remember we streamed one of their matches. I believe that was maybe week 2 that we streamed TFF versus Syndicate. It was like week 1 or week 2. It was very early on in the season. And, TFF definitely, I remember them looking a little bit sloppy in that match. They were really good kind of in the micro. they were, you know, competitive in a lot of the fights, but their macro game was really lacking, and Syndicate kind of ended up just getting all the objectives and grinding them out over the course of the match. But I feel like TFF have really, really ramped up over the course of the season. You know, not only with those roster changes, like you were just talking about, Espada, but they've just been able to pick up a lot of results. I mean, just looking at the last few weeks, they were 2-0 over FBR. They picked up a 2-0 over Dynasty as well. And then even last week in Week 7, they took down the undefeated XG 2-1. So I feel like TFF is actually really, really ramping up to potentially be even a dark horse to win the whole thing. So I have pretty high expectations for this team, and I expect them actually to do to have a pretty convincing victory tonight against AK Hearts. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. You guys have any other final thoughts on this match, or should we move on?
Not really. It's just going to be a 3-1 for TFF.
Oh, yeah, score predictions. Okay, so you're predicting the 3-1 Espada. What are you thinking, Danny?
I think it'll go the distance, honestly. I think that one. I don't expect either team to honestly roll over, especially for 3 games straight. Like, no, I expect this to go the distance. And
Okay.
honestly, if AK play as well as they did against us, they could beat anybody.
I will say, I think the one issue I take with TFF is probably Relic's champ pool. He is a bit of he does have a limited champ pool of 3 champs. So if we get rid of those 3 champs, it's gonna be hard for him to play. So that's the only in I see AK having.
All right. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see the result of that match for sure. So it sounds like we're pretty divided, honestly, in terms of what we're expecting, even in terms of the closeness of the series. So that's definitely pretty interesting. Let's go ahead and move on to our next matchup, though. We do have XG Ratatoskr, I believe I'm saying that right, going up against the Mint Mafia in this one. All of us predicting XG, which I think makes sense. XG overall had a pretty dominant season, just dropping that one match at the last moment in week number 7 over to the team that I just mentioned a second ago, TFF. But we'll see here. I mean, Mint did also recently pick up a big win. I believe they took down Elysium on ice. That was in week 5 or 6, I think. So, you know, Mint definitely are capable of taking down some of these top dogs. But it's really hard to bet against XG in this one. Espada, do you think this is going to be close at all? Do you think Mint get a game or two?
With how shaky XG looked, I did predict a possible 3-1, but if they come out swinging as they had before last week, it should just be a 3-0. Mint, you know, they did have a kind of resurgence towards the end of the split as well, but I don't know. I think they just get outclassed across the board. Yeah, I just don't see the players in that team beating the ones over at XG.
Yeah. Danny, what are you thinking? Are you expecting this to be another close match, or?
I don't know. I love Oprah. I'm pretty sure this is the same Oprah that I know. He's my boy. I've played with him before. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know too much about everybody else on their team, but I do know as well as Spoobert. Spoobert's also a very, very good top laner. I mostly, you know, I do research for my team, so I mostly look at top lane especially. But XG's just been playing pretty consistently, you know. And I know they just had a resurgence, so there's some spice there. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a 3-0, 3-1 for XG.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, it's hard to really know for sure. You know, we're not privy to the inner workings of XG or anything like that. You know, maybe you guys know a couple of the players, but my kind of hunch, my armchair theory is that maybe they just got a little bit complacent towards the end of the season there. You know, maybe they, you know, started practicing a little bit less because they knew that they're locked in for this first place spot, and you know, they're not really expecting you know, that last opponent. They weren't expecting TFF to put up as much of a fight as they did. So I do expect them to come out swinging in this first round of playoffs, and expect it to be a pretty one-sided win over Mint, but we'll just have to see. You know, Mint, they've done it just a couple of weeks ago, taking down a team that on paper should be a tough opponent for them. So they just might be able to do it again. It's not something that any of us are predicting, though. Let's go ahead and move on to our last matchup on the east side of the bracket. We do have the Conduit Gremlins versus the Spire Cats. So Conduit Gremlins, the promoted team, of course, that was playing in Plat last season, moved up to Emerald. A lot of people at the beginning of the season were not expecting much at all from this team, but I think they really have turned a lot of heads and surprised a lot of folks with how well they've been able to perform. And I do think that they are pretty significantly favored in this matchup against the Spire Cats, in my opinion. You know, the Spire Cats is another one of these teams that feels like they've kind of fallen off a bit towards the end of the season. You know, they did lose that match in Week 6 to AK Hearts, like we mentioned a little bit earlier on. They did get technically a win in Week 7 over Niner Esports, but that was an FF situation where Niner never actually made it onto the Rift. So there might be a little bit of, they might be a little rusty as well. The fact that Spire Cats weren't able to get any play time in Week 7, but we'll see. I mean, there's definitely a chance that they can take down the Gremlins. I think this is probably a closer match than the previous one we were just discussing. And Danny, you are predicting the Cats to take the win here. So how do you think they're going to go about it? This is your sister team, so you might have some additional information for us.
Yeah. Honestly, I think, especially because, we've had quite a few scrims with this team as well. And like I've been saying, do not doubt some of the teams in our division. I think depending on how draft goes, and especially because I know what the Spire Cats like to play a little bit, if some of certain people's power picks, not gonna say who specifically, cough mid laner, if some power picks get through draft at certain points, I really think, honestly, it could be another surprise. Honestly, because it's tough that I can keep saying surprise, especially for my division. But that's honestly what I am expecting. Lots of surprises, at least coming from one or two of the teams from my division, obviously including my own. I know somebody here doesn't expect us to win, but just it'll be interesting.
It's not going to be a surprise for you. It's surprising for everybody else.
Exactly. No, of course,
Right,
of course not for me. I'm already very cool, calm, and collected. We're not. I don't want to jinx anything. Knock on wood. I'm not gonna say anything too crazy just yet, at least until we get there. But yeah, I honestly think the Spire Cats, like I said, if the Conduits did not do their research, which some teams just kind of just look at op.ggs, they just see what they played in their last 10-20 games. And I really think if we don't do our research, their due diligence, they might be surprised on what they not only pull out, but grabbing some wins.
All right. Well, Espada, you are a Conduit predictor here, like myself. Do you do not think that they are going to be surprised by what the Spire Cats are going to try to bring out tonight?
I don't think so. I played against Spire Cats. I subbed in for a team that actually scrimmed against them. They were pretty lost outside of their mid laner and their ADC. Those are definitely their best players in Watercat and Poop Doc Bossman. I think that's how you say his name.
Oh yeah, and the stats speak for themselves too.
Those two are really good for sure. And I do think their bot lane is better than Conduits, but the thing about Conduits bot lane is they don't have to care. They're a weak side bot lane. They know their job perfectly. As long as they don't end and they stay useful and just neutralize the lane, that's all you need to do on the side of Conduit, because their solo laners are disgusting. Lord Isama is probably the best top laner in the league, having played him myself. I actually think he's probably the best top laner from everyone.
Wow.
Yeah. And YOLO Swag is also really good mid laner. So that's going to be an interesting matchup between him and Watercat, but I don't think Watercat's pool is safe, especially Seraphine, because Not So Dark also plays that ADC. So it might be a takeaway for the Conduit boys. So who knows?
I do believe that the Gremlins are going to be the higher seed in this matchup. So that means they are going to get side selection in game number 1 in that matchup against the Spire Cats. So sounds like that could be a really a big difference maker as well, potentially. But yeah, I mean, do you guys have any final thoughts on this matchup on either one of these teams? I will say I just remember seeing your player rankings a couple of weeks ago, Espada, when you started doing those, and I was pretty taken aback. I was pretty surprised that you actually ranked so many of the Gremlins players so highly. Even as a Gremlins kind of believer myself, I wasn't expecting, so many of their players, their top side specifically, to be, ranked so highly, compared to the rest of the league. So.
Yeah, they came in as dark horses. A lot of people didn't even have them on the radar. They came out swinging. They took a game off us, Reformed Monkeys, and they took a series off OEE, and they just beat Monkeys Fever. So they're a bit, rough around the edges, especially so they can drop games to other teams, like they did pretty much to every team in Ionia. They even dropped the game to Omega Whooper. But I think they're a solid team. Like they fight. And they're really good at it. They're really good team fighting as a team.
For sure. Maybe we get one more word from you, Danny. Thoughts on the fact that the Gremlins have a blue side for game number 1? Do you expect that to be something that has an impact on the series, or is that something you're not really worried about?
I honestly, blue side, it just depends on what kind of power picks they have for that blue side. Like, some stuff like Seraphine or whatever people are picking nowadays first. But honestly, Spada brought up a good point about the bot lanes for both teams. And honestly, I expect Storm, top laner for Cats, to honestly just be a rock when do what the team needs to do. And if he, like we said, especially with Lordy Sama apparently being so good, I've not played him, so I don't know. But if they could just play well enough to keep them in check, I do expect the bot lane for Cats to curb stomp these guys. So honestly, I don't know. I think it'll be a little bit more interesting than at least than some of us might be expecting. But
Score prediction?
Like I said, it depends on how they draft, how everybody drafts, and what gets through. But I would say 3-2. For sure.
Okay. Espada, score prediction?
3-1 Conduit.
All right, excellent. Let's go ahead and move on over to the west side of the bracket now. Take a look at that other set of predictions that we do have. In just a moment, we're going to get that swapped over. Our first prediction is going to be your team, Danny. It's going to be Shattered Spire versus Final Boss Alpha. This is another 1 seed versus 4 seed situation. Oh, Espada predicting against our boy here. Let's start there. Espada, where is Danny's team gonna fall short tonight?
I think his bot lane is gonna fall short, and his jungler.
Really?
Yes, I do.
Bro, I know you guys do,
as
but
stable,
you really shit on that guy, my jungler too much.
As stable as Boostus has looked the entire series, this season, I do think Alpha's bot lane is pretty solid. My issue in a BO5 for Fearless is your jungler's pool is gonna get wrecked. I'm afraid. This is also the only chance I can get a spicy take in, so this is my just hot take of
me being here. So
yeah, exactly. I just gotta send it. So I think Alpha, they're also coming in as a dark horse. No one expected them. People who thought their sister team Rebirth was gonna make it, or Dynasty Star Weavers was gonna make it. They beat them out, and they're the last one standing of the potential 4th seed. And I think they have a lot to prove coming in. I think Spire mid and top are better, but I think the gap in the jungle might be too much.
Interesting. Danny, just go ahead and respond.
No.
You don't want to respond?
No as into everything he just said. I think he completely undervalues my jungler. I'll just say it. I typically do our drafting for my team. And honestly, my philosophy for certain things can just be, hey man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But in terms of champ pools for our jungler, like he's been working on some stuff. You know, I don't know if we'll whip in anything out this series, because honestly, I'm gonna be no disrespect and love to everybody, but I don't expect this series to go long. Okay.
I mean, he's a bit of a Olaf merchant, and I know he does play a lot of fiddlesticks, but we saw how fiddlesticks worked at Worlds, so I don't know if we want that.
Yeah, but that was Inspire's fiddlesticks. That's a different story.
Right.
Also, no, actually, no. No disrespect to Inspire. His team griefed him that game. Like everyone's perma fighting before 6, and then after 6, they're still fighting when he's not even there. They always kept fighting without him being there, which is
all I know is Shattered Spire's bread and butter is a Bruiser jungle with an Enchanter support. So we watch out for that. It might be wraps for them. So it's still going to be a close 5-game series, but I think Alpha might edge it out purely because it's fearless.
I can't wait for the boys to hear this.
Did you guys watch? Because we had Final Boss Alpha versus Dynasty Starweavers was our streamed match last week in week number 7.
We
Did you guys
watched
see that one?
Oh, don't worry. I extensively researched.
Yeah, it was a pretty close series. Back in the
It was.
It was.
Yeah. And
which is especially why I think we're gonna be fine.
That was kind of my thoughts on it as well. You know, it was a tight series. It was very back and forth. Not the cleanest play, I would say, from either team that we saw last week. And you know, Shattered Spire, Danny. You know, people can say whatever they want about the Demacia division. And about, you know, them being, you know, Demacia division being weaker than the others, but your team has consistently been the best in that division, and I do think consistency is probably what you need to take down a team like Final Boss Alpha that really, you know, found so many struggles this season and just kind of barely scraped into playoffs, right?
Yeah, like honestly, I just can't wait. This is bad luck. Honestly, fuck it. I cannot wait to get through this series, because even though I am voting for Elysium to win next round, there's a part of me that does hope Monkeys win, because I just want to play a team already that people can't keep saying that we don't that people can finally give us respect for beating, because no matter what we do, it's just Demacia division,
yeah,
or whatever. These guys are mid anyways, you know. Put some respect on my boys. I think we've done enough already to get to this point to deserve it, but especially coming into the season or coming into playoffs, you're gonna put some respect on our names. At least some people should start doing that. Hey, Spada.
Hey, I'll respect it when I see it.
Okay,
all I can say is if only two of your 5 players can carry, then I don't know, something's lacking.
Listen, I've been honestly in our scrims and our other matches that we play in other leagues, I've actually been like very pleasantly surprised that me and my mid laner have not had to hard carry as much, especially in the recent weeks.
That's a worry.
Like that we've been pleasantly surprised by their especially their recent performances. We've been playing really, really well coming into the playoffs, especially in others. I wouldn't say that's a worry at all. I think we're gonna turn some heads, hopefully very soon.
All right. Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to seeing if you guys can prove yourselves and you know, just kind of prove the Demacia division as being competitive with the rest.
Same.
But I want to go ahead and move on now. Let's go ahead and skip over this second line for now and go directly to the team of which we also have represented in the call here. The Reformed Monkeys going up against the Kittens with Mittens. Danny, I'm a little bit curious as to maybe if you regret your Reformed Monkeys prediction after that whole conversation, or maybe you would want to go the other way. But thankfully, the Shadow Government here has your back, predicting the Kittens with Mittens to overcome the Reformed Monkeys tonight. So, you know, Shadow Government reasoning aside, what's your take on this matchup, Danny?
Let me see. We're talking about which matchup again? Sorry, we cut it in and out for me.
Yeah, Espada's Reformed Monkeys going up against the Kittens with Mittens tonight.
Oh, I mean, Kittens with Mittens was honestly another team that did surprise me a little bit as well. I think they definitely did play well when we played against them. It was not like a super run over, at least initially. I think game 2 was that for us. Honestly, with all due respect, I do think if monkeys play like how they've been consistently playing, I honestly think we're very equal to those guys. Even though this guy right here might not agree, but I think we're on the same level, and I think they should not have too much of a problem. I don't expect more than one game potentially out of Kittens with Mittens, but it should be anywhere between 3-0 to 3-1 for Reformed.
That reminds me, actually, we didn't get score predictions for our last discussed matchups. Danny, if you want to bounce back up really quickly, do you expect Final Boss Alpha to get any games off you tonight?
No.
3-0 by the prediction there. And then, Espada, your prediction for the Final Boss Alpha versus Shadow
another
Spire?
another 1 a.m. banger, 5-game series, 3-0.
Oh my god.
Alpha.
Okay. And then, of course, transitioning into your match tonight, Espada.
I mean,
assume you're not predicting this to be close.
I hope not. I have more on this line in this game. It goes past League of Legends. This top laner, this ADC, they took a shot at me over at Kids Mittens. I'm not just defending my team. I'm defending my bloodline.
Whoa, what happened?
They told me for the last 2 weeks, I'm a dishonor to my bloodline, and I'll show him what's up today. We're gonna 3-0 these kittens, tear those mittens off.
Wow.
Easy work.
So some pride on the line.
Yes, sir. I gotta defend my bloodline against these guys. They've been talking shit all week, and I gotta show him. Gotta show him what's up.
That is definitely pretty hype.
This is a Goliath versus David story, and David comes out beheaded. So it is what it is.
I think that is how the story usually ends. So definitely excited to see if you are going to get the convincing victory that you are looking for tonight. I don't know if there's really too much else to discuss in regards to that matchup. So maybe we bounce back up now to talk about the Fever Monkeys, the sister team here, going up against Elysium on Ice. In my opinion, this is probably the closest match out of the round of 16. I'm expecting. I think this is actually the only match that I was predicting to go to 5 in my pick'ems between the Fever Monkeys and Elysium on Ice for this first round. I am predicting the Fever Monkeys to come out on top. Elysium just feel like they've been struggling a lot recently. I believe they lost their last 2 matches the past couple of weeks, including getting 2-0'd by Hydro Pump, I believe, in week 7. So potentially a little bit of a free fall there. And the Feverish Monkeys, I do expect to be able to capitalize on that. But Danny, you are predicting Elysium to actually get the win in this one, despite the fact that you just mentioned a minute ago, you're actually kind of hoping to face the Fever Monkeys. So if you just want to elaborate a little bit on your thoughts there.
I have played and scrimmed against Elysium. They're pretty good. And I think if they play this that same way, I think I agree with your point that you made, that this will probably be the closest and the most likely game to get to 5 within the whole bracket. But like I said, it'd be fun if Monkeys Fever wins, but I'm gonna go with my gut and say Elysium.
Yeah, fair enough. You have a score prediction for this one? The 5 games, right?
5 games, 3-2.
Yeah. Espada, what are you thinking here? Of course, you are predicting the sister team to win. How do you think it's all going to go down?
I do think this was also another 5-game banger I was predicting. I've played both these teams. They're both good. Elysium looked a little lost the last couple weeks, but I take that for their jungler wasn't there. Gabe is a large part of their shot calling, and he was missing. So, I think with him back in the lineup, it's going to be a tough series. But he's up against Sailor, who's one of the better carry junglers in the league. I like the matchups all across the board between Terps and CZ, Evil Zara and Naysayer, who are actually teammates in another league, so that's going to be really interesting.
Wow.
The difference, I guess, might come out of the bot lane with Metal 929, who's first timing support, but has played really well, I would say, for a role swap, and Maze, who does have a limited champ pool and might get a little exposed during the series, but he has been picking up new champs. He's been showing us this guy has evolved from just being a Zeri one trick. So it might be interesting. I know Dilly and Rudy are really good duo, but I think the top side wins this match for my fellow sister team. 3-2.
All right. 3-2, predicting the full 5 games as well. Yeah, I'm sure Ols is happy that's not our streamed match tonight, because it's almost certainly going the distance, that one. But yeah, I think that leads us to our last matchup to discuss here down there at the bottom, Syndicate Crashouts versus TTM Aegon. I'll admit I'm a little bit surprised that we are completely united on the Syndicate prediction, because I do think that this is potentially another pretty close match. But Syndicate, I just feel like have been a little bit more consistent over the course of the season. TTM been a little bit more up and down. Espada, will come to you first for this one. What are your thoughts?
Those are the boys. I know Tati wants his revenge for all the trash talking and me making fun of him,
Yeah.
not being able to play carries and only just on perma-tank duty. But I just think the Crash Outs boys are just going to make it. They're going to meet us in quarters, and we're going to stop them. That's the route I want them to take. It should be a 3-1, 3-0, but Crash Outs all the way. They might lose one game because of tilt, but it is what it is. They're just going to take the series home. TTM,
Interesting.
get your heads out of space, come back down to earth. They're not winning this.
Danny, you're also predicting Syndicate to win this one. What are your thoughts on the matchup? Danny?
Oh, sorry, I muted my mic just to make sure. My bad. Okay, my only thoughts are if Syndicate passes through quarters after everything, and they get the semifinals, and hopefully along with us as well. Hopefully my team as well. I just cannot wait to take on Frozen Spuds and shut him up a little bit. That's another guy who needs to get his ego checked a little bit, especially for disrespect, because he disrespected my support, and that was and I had enough at that point. Like this guy yaps too much. So
I definitely noticed that. Yeah, Spuds has been another person making things interesting in the general chat.
Absolutely, and I love
him. That's my brother Yapper right there.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you guys very much for taking the time tonight ahead of your very important playoff matches. Just going to go ahead and give you the chance to do some shout-outs. Espada, over to you. Any shout-outs you have for the stream?
Yeah. I'm going to shout out Kins with Mittens. It was be a fast series for you guys. I was hoping to see you guys at the local McDonald's. JJK garlic sauce. On me. I'll treat you all, guys. Also, check out the Monkeys Fever versus Elysium on Ice on the Monkey stream.
Ah,
very nice, very nice. Danny, your shout-outs, please.
Yes, shout outs for our org, the Spire, my team manager, KO, especially for help keeping our team organized and researched up and knowing who our opponents are, and the cats, they're gonna do great. I honestly believe so. And Demacia teams in general. Let's go AK Hearts. Kittens, come on, I believe in you guys. Let's make it interesting.
Maybe they can do it. Spot is already thinking about the next round. His mind is else. He's already thinking about his McDonald's meal after the game tonight. So maybe that.
Who will be serving the McDonald's to who? Who will be serving the nuggies to who?
I gotta try these. I gotta try that JKK garlic sauce. I heard it's hype.
Well, thank you guys again very, very much for being here. Guys, we are going to a short break. When we come back, our first playoff match of the season. You don't want to miss this one. Okay, everyone, welcome back. It is now time to dive into tonight's main event. This will be a best of 5 between Tilt Esports, the number 1 seed from Freljord, and Optimal Esports Enigma, the number 4 seed from Ionia. OE have looked better since their roster adjustment that they made halfway through the season. Going up against the defending champs tonight is going to be a very tall order. Tilt have looked very consistent for most of the season and do come in tonight as the heavy favorites. My name is Truman44. I am glad to be joined by Gitano for the call as we cruise into the postseason. Gitano, did you get a haircut recently?
I did. I actually got in a fight with a lawnmower, but I think I look out better, but some people might say differently. But thank you
It's
for the
looking good,
notice.
man. It's looking clean. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Hopefully, our teams will be able to match that level of cleanliness with their gameplay this evening. It remains to be seen, though.
But sometimes you got to get down and dirty. You got to play that way. People might not respect you for it, but at the end of the day, it's about the W. If you got the win, you got the win. So you got to take the good with the bad. And a best of 5, I can't wait. It's just going to be madness all the way through. Two games dropped. Played the Silver Scrapes. Bring me all the way to 5. It's going to be a late night. But I think the first game is going to really set the tone. We'll see how both teams kind of adjust during game 2 here. But I'm super excited to see where this goes.
Oh yeah. As you can see, guys, we are already underway with our Game 1 champion select. As the higher seed, Tilt have selected to start on the blue side, and they have picked up the Aurora here with the B1. Ashe Nocturne, the response, an interesting pairing there for OE. Obviously for Otter Talk, we did discuss this matchup at some length. It was interesting because both of the guests that we had on tonight, both Danny, aka Synthwave, as well as Espada, were actually predicting this to be a kind of a close match. I mentioned in the intro that Tilt Esports is heavily favored, and I do feel like most people do probably feel that way, given that it is a number 1 seed versus a number 4 seed. But OE definitely have been ramping up over the course of these last couple of weeks, and a couple of their players in particular, I think folks do rate pretty highly. The solo lanes, I think, notably being pretty strong for OE. So we'll have to see how things do play out. They're prioritizing some of the other roles here earlier on in the draft with the Ashe and the Nocturne. Tilt's going to match with the Jhin, their own utility carry down there in the bottom lane, and then in comes the Wukong as well. It's a champion that I've been seeing pop up a little bit more frequently, just very, very recently. And it does seem like the Wukong has been performing pretty well.
Yeah, Wukong just, being a strong champion, being able to engage and then re-engage right again afterwards and kind of really disrupt, Toys really sets them apart. But I like this ball delivery system. You got the Nocturne, you got the Ashe ult coming in, you find a great target, you find a good vision, especially with the Hawk shot. You can kind of really set your team up. Like, is this an engage we want to go to? Now, you talked about, the 4 versus 1 seed. I see it more as what team is going to be able to adapt over this long process. Best of 1s, that can be traded to anyone. Best of 3s, you can maybe get lucky 2 in a row. But a best of 5 game really, really just lays out the land and makes sure that we explore every avenue on this, because if we see one team really starting to adjust and really pick up a little bit of speed, or as well if they're like, hey, game 1 this was not what we dictated, let's draft this for game 2, switch it up a little bit and maybe see a different light of face for them, that could spell disaster. So kind of when especially you hit the playoffs, you get those little jitters. You haven't really faced each other too well, but first couple of games, feel it out, see what's going on, and then kind of move on from there.
Yeah. No, I think that is really important to consider, right? And the fact that this is Fearless Draft as well, I think adds another really interesting layer to this best of 5. It's definitely gonna, it's gonna necessitate both of these teams adapting over the course of the series, even more so than they otherwise would have to, right? And just to let everybody know who may not be aware, the specific rules for drafting over the course of this best of 5. The 3 first games are going to be normal Fearless, like we've been doing all season long, where the teams are, neither team is going to be eligible to play any of the champions that were played in the previous games. For game 4, there's going to be no first round bans for either team, and all champions that were played previously are still ineligible. And then for game 5, there's going to be no bans at all. And then, of course, all the previous champions still ineligible to be played for that fifth and final game if we do get there. So it's going to be really interesting to see, what these teams are going to be able to bring out over the course of the night as we do continue on with the match. But speaking of continuing on, the draft here, we have Nautilus on the R4. Renata is going to be matched down there with the Jhin in the support position.
Yeah, the Renata pick. I really like this. It allows your team to kind of push forward as they leisurely need to, especially when you have this all-in comp that Enigma is drafting right now, especially with that Nocturne. You sit by the Jhin, go ahead and grab the ult, let Wukong do his work towards the back line, and just kind of start slowly creeping, moving up, and the Warren to follow it up to just another giant piece of this. So we will be seeing Aurora go mid here. I know we've seen a lot of top Aurora as well, but Orin, unless they do something kind of crazy and push the Orin to mid, which I've seen every once in a while, but I'm thinking it's a little bit more of a traditional lane here. But the Alawi as well hovering, I'm kind of hoping so, because that would throw a huge ball, not Oriana ball, but a huge maybe wrench in there. Land here if you do get
a huge tentacle.
Yes, a giant, well, maybe a couple huge tentacles coming down and just whapping on some faces here. So I always like to see a good split push.
Yeah. I do think, Control Alt Delete, aka Storm over there for Tilt, is a pretty notable tank player. So not too surprising to see the Orin come through there as the blind pick for top lane, but I completely agree. I think the Alawi is really a good pick here on the R5. It's going to be great into the Orin. And, into the Wukong as well. You're not going to be able to burst down this Alawi. She's going to be able to get a couple of W's off with the reduced cooldown there once she casts the ultimate. So I definitely think Yeetloaf is potentially going to be really, really difficult to deal with in the side lane. The fact that you have this Nocturne to play towards the side lanes as well. I'm really liking this Optimal Esports draft that they've cooked up here on the red side for game number 1. I think they've got a lot of really powerful picks and a lot of stuff that synergizes really nicely.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Grumman. It just, it's just a one-size-fit-all shoe, whether you alt, on top of the Nocturne, the Nautilus goes in, Azure will follow up. There's just so many moving pieces in this, and they all symphonize together to kind of really, be very cohesive. And then you just have Alawi on the other side just smashing tentacles and, wishing she was underwater or something, her lover Gangplank was back with her or something. So it'll be interesting to see what Tilt decides to counteract with that with, because I also see their comp too of like the anti-engage, Aurora, being able to pick someone out and say, hey, you're away from the team fight, you're not going anywhere. Wukong Jhin being able to follow up, long range with the Jhin, Wukong a great initiation tool, as well as the Orin. So it's going to be interesting to see how Orin pairs with this and how much he's willing to give up the lane pressure to help the team. Maybe, for a giant dragon fight, the Baron fight, something that's going to force them to say, hey, we can have a Lowy split, but we just took down 4 members. So how fast can you actually push against us?
Yeah. I think that's something that we saw the top laner for Final Boss Alpha do a lot last week, right? I'm unfortunately blanking on the name right now. Let me find it. Final Boss Alpha. Moldy. It was Moldy. Okay. Played the Gragas in game 1, I believe, and then it was another really strong roaming champion. That was kind of the modus operandi for most of the night. It felt like last week, where he kind of sacked the lane itself at certain moments to join up with the team and have that really big impact in the fights, right? And I am definitely expecting Control Delete to go for a little bit of a similar strategy in this one. I do feel like Tilt Esports have a lot of really powerful team fighting tools, right? Not only with the Orin, but the Wukong as well, the Aurora. It's a lot of AoE, a lot of lockdown, a lot of damage potentially that could come out from this team. It is really interesting to see, that the fact that we kind of have like the team fighting composition versus the side lane composition for this game. It's a clash of styles. It should be really entertaining to watch who's going to be able to get the upper hand.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think this early to mid game is going to really unfold super heavily to kind of show us how the rest is going. Because I feel like when it comes to late game, it's just going to be a toss-up 50-50 back and forth here. Who pulls the first strike, and then, is Renata in the right place to help everyone out? So really a lot of warding and making sure you're in the right spot here, especially with this Nocturne pick comp. You can just be pushing a side lane and all of a sudden, well, who turned off the lights? And then you get the gray screen, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. It does require, being aware of where the Nocturne can be and making sure that you're not overextended in those side lanes. It does feel, though, to me, Gitano, like the draft for Tilt Esports is kind of signifying that they feel like they're the better. It feels like the safer draft, to me, in a way, right? Where it's like you're probably just going to be playing for objectives. You can play very defensively with this composition. The Renata for Peel. The Ornn is going to be able to provide this great front line. You should be able to buy a lot of time. The Wukong can be and Aurora can both be very slippery, right? So if you feel like it's not a good angle to fight, you should be probably able to just kind of dodge away from it. So yeah, it feels like a composition where Tilt are going to be comfortable scaling up into the later stages of the game. They're kind of biding their time. They're going to be confident to play for these team fights and potentially just like wait for OE to make some kind of mistake, right? Maybe they overextend looking for one of these picks in the side lane. Maybe they, don't have their side laners in position when the objective spawns or something like this, where Tilt are going to be able to play the map better and get some kind of advantage that way and really facilitate all the scaling they have with the Ornn, with the Aurora. Do you have like kind of a similar read there? Do you feel like that's fair to say, where Tilt have like
For
the
sure,
more
yeah, where they
intense
just want
draft?
to kind of let the game progress on its own. There's no need to really force anything or make any fancy plays, because you don't need the lead to play this team comp. You just need to be able to play smart and really pick your fights, as you just stated not too long ago. So on the other side, though, I'm kind of feeling like, they're going to be itching for the plays here. Ash Nautilus, I think that's going to be an aggressive bot lane. As soon as they get a hold of you, they're going to try to strangle and just keep you there. And maybe, if Jin does get caught out, that could make for a very, very long laning phase for him.
Yeah, definitely. And Jin, does feel maybe a little bit out of place with the team fighting composition. Not necessarily the AD carry that you would usually see with the team fighting composition like this. But we'll see how the bot lane does go, what Butters is going to be able to contribute in the team fights. Waiting out the spectator delay, guys. Our last order of business before going to break is, of course, to get your prediction,
Yay!
Mr. Gitano. What are you thinking with these two drafts? Who do you think got the better end of our Game 1 champ select?
I think out of the champ select, Enigma did, but I'm going to go with the hype train on this first one. I'm just going to see how Tilt goes. I'm throwing my vote over there. I'm hoping Sun Wukong can just bring it home early, get like a nice double, triple kill, right off the bat, and then just wreak havoc across this team. So is that going to happen? It remains to be seen, but that's where at least I'm placing my vote.
Could happen. Tilt is obviously the stronger team on paper, but I do think Optimal Esports have put together a really compelling draft here for this first game. So it's going to be an interesting one, guys. We're going to break, and when we come back, the Season 12 playoffs in BOL Emerald will begin.
Tide has come, walking through this world, we bear the secret of our lives, the light we share, not in destiny we shine, for we are meant to be the star guardians, gone in a flash before our time, up in the skies together, the vow we have made has ever strong, don't fade away, it's time to shine, burning
when fields like calm and wind stand still, run home,
Run home.
as the crows make night of the fading sun. Hide now, hide now.
The trees do bow as if they weep.
All right, everyone, welcome on to Summoner's Rift for the beginning of the BOL Emerald postseason. Of course, Tilt Esports, the defending champions on blue side for this first game in the round of 16. And Optimal Esports Enigma barely getting into playoffs, taking up positions on the red side.
Yeah, I've been in that position before where you are like the last seed to come in. Like, you're just barely squeaked by, and then you just push yourself to the top going, hey, let's do a March Madness crazy season, disrupt everyone's brackets and just make the run for it. So I'd be excited to see if this happens.
Were you successful when you were attempting said run, Gitano? How
We
did that
got
go?
second, and we brought it to game 5 for the final. So I felt like we went the
Wow.
distance. Even though we didn't finish, it still was a good season.
Were there also 16 teams in that playoff bracket?
There was not.
Okay.
It was considerably less. But, maybe one day I'll see if I can, do a giant like 32 bracket and then see if I
Yeah.
can get an underdog story, something like
I
that.
mean, I'm sure it was still a very nice accomplishment. It sounds like your team really ramped up over the course of the season, which is fantastic. And is exactly what OE are hoping to do
Oh,
right
this
here.
bot
We
lane.
do have possibly a level 1 attempt about to come out here
Yep.
as Envy does connect to the dredge line onto the Jin. Handshake pretty good, though, from Kakalin.
Oh.
Pushes the Nautilus back. Butter's running pretty low, though. Might have to flash away. The flash forward for Civil. Can't quite find the kill just yet, but Kakalin also going to have to flash away. Butter's stuck around trying to get the damage up. It's not going to be able to do so, and it's a double kill for Civil's Ash 2 minutes into the game.
I knew it. I knew this Nautilus Ash would do something to make this Jin's life just a little uncomfortable, and I think they have done that very successfully. They're being patient, making sure they push all the way up so they can't just go straight back to turret, and then a couple of questionable turns here by Butters. Unfortunately, I think it's one of those you just say, hey, I got out. I'm sorry, Colin, but I'm leaving you, and unfortunately couldn't pull the trigger.
I feel like that should have been the move for the Jin for sure.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
just thought, oh, this can be a flash in the mid lane as well. Yeetloaf getting the flash out in the 1v1. Tilt Esports seem to be struggling a bit in the first couple of minutes here.
Yeah, a little bit of, maybe mouse positioning errors or
Oh, my
the wrong
goodness.
click here and there, but Rory better not stay in here too long. I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
we got to keep a close eye on this mid lane. In comes Rat Queen Delilah, going to get a little bit of a chunk down onto Yeetloaf. The Oriana's just going to be able to walk that one off. And Queen Delilah is going to have to stick around to help get this wave shoved out. As Sunbear is not going to be able to do it by themselves. So the jungler is going to manage to get that wave crashed in. Sunbear going down so low. Again, another QW from Yeetloaf. Almost enough, but Aurora is going to be able to go back to base with the wave reset and should be able to recover a little bit. A quick note for production. Yep, that's exactly what I was about to say. Good looks.
perfect. So yeah, early TP being used here by Aurora, so gonna have to kind of put that in a head timer here, as Yeetloaf will hold on and is in a good spot, possibly. Okay, is gonna back as well, do the golden cardinal rule. Your lane leaves, you leave. That way you're both matching every time you come back.
Yeah, and of course, the other really big consequence of that whole sequence in the mid lane, the fact that Wukong had to come in and help push out the wave, means that the Nocturne is now ahead in CS. He's a couple camps up on the Wukong, and Nocturne is one of those champions where you really are just trying to get to that level 6 mark as quickly as possible, and the fact that Gucci is accelerated here on this Nocturne pick is another piece of really great news for OE.
Yeah, you're just hoping that Tilt has, you know, a little bit of deep ward coverage just to spot him out on a camp or something early enough to say, hey, you know, he's around this general area. Don't, you know, be pushing up too far. But another pull here from Nautilus.
Yeah, Handshake's going to
Wukong
pull
on
him
the
back, though.
backside.
Deadly Flourish is not going to connect. Queen Delilah is going to make her way into this bot lane, but Wukong, only level 4, is not going to be able to really contribute any lockdown, and Ashe and Nautilus were full HP. They're able to back away from this one. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Control Ult Elite down to a couple of 100 HP. Flash forward for Sean. The Brittle Auto does come out. The C-Ring charge forward directly into Nocturne's waiting arms. Kill number 1 for all Gucci. Number 3 for Optimal Esports. Albino Sunbear. Oh, it gets hit by the QW. The flash for the auto attack underneath the turret. And Yeetloaf will find a solo kill.
They are hungry for this. You know, just the auto just leaving Sunbear just out just a little too long in the sun, and she goes, let's throw caution to the wind and get it at least. If we came all this way, we're gonna get something for it. So I'm, you know, really liking the counter. Meanwhile, Dragon being taken here by Tilt, so nice little pickup. We'll see if they end up going cross map to the objective. Nocturne already headed over there. We'll see if the rest of the team can rotate.
Well,
I feel
another
like Oriana
handshake
will have
onto Envy.
Oh,
Nautilus does still have
lane.
the flash, so can burn that if absolutely necessary. Not going to have to use it, though. And I do think that picking up that first dragon is really important for the side of Tilt Esports, right? They want to be team fighting with this composition. You want to be forcing your opponents with this draft to group up as 5. If you allow them to play the side lanes, it's going to make your job so much more difficult as Tilt Esports. So starting to stack up those neutral objectives, I do think is a great call. But by the same token, you know, getting these grubs for all Gucci and for the side of OE is also pretty great for them, plays towards their own win conditions.
Yeah, that split push is going to be maddening here. So if Alawi, you know, had a really good play there with the Orin just missing the wall just by, you know, a little bit, being able to pop them trade 1 for 1, that is huge, but unfortunately not quite going to have that opportunity here. So next dragon coming out is the Mountain Soul, so we have a couple of options here for the final. We'll see how that plays out right here in the mid lane.
Side river, Gucci's going to get the Fear Tether. Not going to fully connect that onto Albino Sunbear. Nocturne still only level 5. Red Queen Delilah able to get some good damage out there. Gucci is going to be able to back away towards the turret. So that trade, it was Tilt Esports winning out a little bit in the health bars, but pretty even overall. They did get the flash out from Nocturne there.
Yeah, Enigma here having a little bit of a gold lead, a little over 2k in their pockets, and this early having 2k is a giant lead, so we'll see what they end up doing with it here. Grabbing another tower plate, push back, grab a little money more back into the Ashe's pocket. Good job with the hawk shot, just kind of making sure we got vision all across that entire jungle, spying out Wukong and making sure, you know, the team knows how well and how fast they can push without being in danger here. So, you know, I know when I first played League of Legends, I'm like, oh my god, Ashe's E is just useless. Like, why was this even a skill? And now I'm like, can more champions please have this so I can see the entire map and make better choices?
Yeah, definitely an important part of Ashe's kit. One of the main reasons why she is so prevalent at higher levels of play, right? As information can be everything. We did just see our Wukong tick over to level 6. Delilah having access to that really powerful ultimate now. She's going to have more opportunities potentially to look for some of these big plays. Of course, ultimate available for all Gucci's Nocturne as well.
Yeah, Nocturne ult here up. We'll see T-Mat also picked up right away with the Phage. We'll see what he ends up completing here first with that. But Wukong
Stride breaker most likely.
does get spotted out there by the hawk shot. Just barely clipped here.
Yeah, and Civil and Envy are able to play pretty safe right now, pretty far back in the lane. They're just going to allow this to push to them. They're not going to be in any danger of a Wukong gank coming out. So pretty casual down there. Still quite a while before we get any neutrals spawning.
Yeah, what do we have for timers here? A little over a minute here for the dragon. You can maybe start pushing a ward or 2. You don't want to go too heavy in case they clear it, especially in this early part of the lane.
No,
Warren doing
Wukong's
a good
been-
job of picking up the forage here and just keep on stacking the items. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Malawi has to
Lila's
wait.
spending a lot of
engage
time
here.
in that line brush. A little bit of an engage towards the bot side. Depth charge committed onto Kakalin's Renata. In response, the hostile takeover is going to come out. Kakalin has to retreat from this one. The flash forward, the crystal arrow is going to go wide. Not going to connect onto the Renata, but Kakalin knows he cannot get away. Trying to get the damage down. Sybil flashes away, barely lives, and Oguchi comes in with the ultimate, takes down the Jin. It's 2 more kills for Optimal Esports in the bottom lane. Even Rat Queen Delilah coming in with the Cyclone, not able to get any of those cleanup kills on the back end. Sean, meanwhile, on the top side, one more bonk from the hammer, and Controls Delete is going to get one back for Tilt Esports. A much-needed kill as they're starting to fall behind in this first one.
Yeah, great job by Orange, just staying in the pocket, waiting for his opportunity. Does end up finding it there, and a great utilization by the ult and the skill here. Meanwhile, towards the bot side, Ash just creeping away with about 5 HP.
Yeah, that must have been single digits.
Sybil just, by the edge of his seat, just holding on for dear life. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds here. Not too much vision granted. -1 ward here out of Tilt. Scuttle still up there. So we'll see how slowly they want to play this. 3-0-1 now for Civil as well, as a great stat line. But a lot of these fights are, they're not looking, clean there. Just by the edge of their
Another
seat.
dredge line connecting onto Butters. Being able to get some damage out. It's going to prompt the TP to come out from Yeetloaf as Oriana joins the play. Dredge line still on cooldown for now for Envy. Handshake over the chain. Crystal Arrow for the lockdown. Queen Delilah is there, but the Shockwave connects onto both of them, and Butters is not going to be able to get the reset from the Renata. Rat Queen Delilah forced underneath the turret as well on a blinking Hellfire. The volley connects. Wukong so low, just needs to somehow get the recons. Yilo flashing underneath the turret does get the kill, but a nice handshake from Kakala means it's a trade 1-for-1. And B's going to go down as well as Albino Sunbear has made the roam down towards this bottom lane. Civil now exhausted is going to dodge away from the Q, but the Aurora damage is still going to be there. The shutdown actually goes over to Kakala's Renata. Meanwhile, Oguchi did manage to take down the objective. Instead of helping out with the team there, the ultimate was still on cooldown. Has the blast cone to try to get away. Albino Sunbear flash forward. Nice spell shield there from Oguchi, but tagged by the handshake. Is he going to be able to get away? Absolutely not. Albino Sunbear with the shutdown. Couple of shutdowns going over there to the side of Tilt Esports.
Yeah, great job of closing that gap a little bit there. I'm not sure how I feel about the Dragon Call there, just staying on it. Meanwhile, your team is fighting.
Yeah.
You got one Dragon, but it's an individual amount. Is it really going to help out your team when you gave over so much turnover gold there? Now 6-8 on this. It all starts with the bot lane Renata Jin just barely living there in the bot side, and not leaving well enough alone maybe for that. So
yeah, and
maybe a
I
little bit more
do think
patience.
there was kind of the combination of, Kakalin, another handshake. Is Deadly Flourish going to connect onto the Nautilus as well? They just want to clear out this ward, and they're going to back away. And yeah, the moment where Yeetlo flashed underneath the turret to finish off Delilah, I feel like that was perhaps a little bit over-aggressive from the Orianas. I think if you just play that slow, Wukong is dead anyways. And, it was a really nice punish from Kakalin to be able to connect the handshake and actually get that return kill onto the Oriana. But I did feel like that was perhaps just a little bit over-eager from Yeetloaf to go for that. As another play towards the bottom side, depth charge connecting onto the Renata. Still going to be able to get out some good damage here. Good hostile takeover. And be body blocking the first couple of shots. There is Kakalin is going to burn down. Doesn't get the bailout, but Butters was untouched and does manage to pick up the double kill.
A great stall there by Renata and Jin, just holding out, and then you have to get the kill. Otherwise, she's going to come back because there's just too much damage from the Jin coming out, and unfortunately doesn't grab the double. But Nocturne here now looking towards the bot side. Jin
Trying
has
to make
cleanse,
things
but that's
Oguchi
it.
for the team. Yeah, has the paranoia for the fear tether. Nice cleanse from Butters to try to get back underneath the turret, and has Delilah there for the counter gank. Oguchi, a nice spell shield to not get rooted by the Deadly Flourish. And Delilah had the Cyclone on cooldown, so not able to lock up that Nocturne.
Good trades here by Oriana, going back and forth with this Aurora and just kind of keeping her at bay. Next Dragon here, we will have Cloud Drake as our Soul Point and Elder when it comes to that time. Grubby's off the table now. Shelly on board, waiting for someone to go visit her.
That was really big as well. The fact that in the aftermath of that second dragon fight, the fact that Tilt Esports were able to get that full second cohort of grubs, deny the 4 grub buff from going over to Optimal Esports, is a big win for them in terms of the neutral objectives. And they've really closed up that gold gap that they were suffering in the early game as well. We're now down to just 1,000 compared to the 2,000 gold lead we were seeing in just like whatever it was, 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, closing that lead is just a great sign. And I think it all attunes to that bot side play with that over-aggression that we stated about earlier here. And we see a little bit of vision here from Enigma start to move up as we see a couple of deeper wards and the river now, you know, starting to really grant a lot of vision in there. So, you know, being proactive with it, making sure your team can make the plays if they have the opportunities. But Nocturne Wukong kind of doing a dance here around Shelly.
Mid lane for Yeet Loaf, going to be able to join up with the jungler. Oguchi gets in towards the pits, can test the objective. They're actually turning, though, onto Albino Sunbear, pops the ultimate, but does get taken down. Yeet Loaf getting the last hit. They will sack the Rift Herald in exchange for getting that 1 kill on mid.
Yeah, I think Ash Arrow landed with the stun, and they had to follow up there. Good job by Oriana and Nocturne picking up the kill there. What happens
to the bottom side? Hostile takeover only connects onto the Nautilus. Curtain Call is decent damage. Does get that 4 shot onto Envy, but Sybil is staying safe this time around. They're focusing the Renata down once again. This time, Envy flashes away, doesn't go down, stays alive, and they have Gucci here to reinforce as well. So this time around, Butters not able to get any kills back. Just a clean pick there from OE onto the enemy support.
Yeah,
meanwhile, missed a solo kill in the mid lane as Yeet Loaf didn't even need the shockwave to make that one happen. I'm not sure how that transpired exactly, but huge kill for Yeet Loaf. Has got the Doran's ringing in. Oh my goodness, another solo. What? Oh my goodness, Katana, what is happening?
They are just kind of taking off here, you know, off-screen kills, and nothing's really rotating over. They're just dying out of nowhere. Maybe random Karthus ults are coded into the game, you know, that are just
clearly
one-shotting. I'm not quite sure, but whatever happens, it's spelling a free dragon for them right now. They increased their lead 13 to 8 now for the kills, and a little bit of gold separation as well, a little less than 4K separating them. So a nice swing back here for Enigma.
Yeah, the invisible Phantom Karthus is definitely on OE's side. They're 6th man in this one, as both of their solo laners coming up with some huge solo kills in those lanes. Really opens up that objective to go over to the rest of the team uncontested. So they're up to 2 dragons now. It is a Cloud Soul. This game would feel absolutely fantastic for champions like Nocturne and Alawi as well. Would really love it, that Cloud Soul.
Yeah, even just one more on their back will really kind of help that boost to make sure that Nocturne can, you know, keep up with whatever target he does choose, and that Alawi being able to run you down, as well as the Ashe even too, just even more movement speed, even, you know, that, you know, in kind of auto hit wither that she has. Let's see what she is stacking or maxing first here. It looks like it is the volley, so only 2 points in the focus, so nothing too crazy. But as the game gets later and later, it's almost like the wither constantly moving here. So once they do begin to fight, there's not a lot of movement out, but we got 4 bodies here towards the bot lane, leaving Alawi to kind of be on the island.
Yeah. Nocturne is kind of floating up towards that top side as well. Does have the Paranoia available at the moment, level 11 now for Gucci on the Nocturne. So a bit of extended range on that one. Just going to look to secure the blue buff probably for now, as Albino Sunbear is going to play defensively underneath the tier 2. Not going to expose themselves to any incoming paranoias.
Wukong, though, stepping into his jungle, so there might be a fight breaking out here once they figure out what's going on. Delilah just holding still.
Games.
Maybe they might think I'm a fake. I love mind games, you know, like the LeBlanc, the Wukong, something Shackles, you know, where you can really kind of get in your opponent's head and make them waste a majority, you know, just a giant cooldown to really start the fight off in a good point here. But bot lane might be getting dived here shortly. Nocturne kind of roaming down there.
Yeah, I mean, the Wukong's not too far behind him.
Oh,
Curtain Call's going to
curtain
get
call.
opened up by the Jhin. Hostile takeover as well. Once again, only connecting onto the Nautilus. Teleport behind. Could be really big. This is going to be the Ornn arriving to the play. Nicely timed on the Enchanted Crystalero. And now the teleport comes down from the Orianna as well. All Gucci a little bit early there, potentially with the Paranoia. Call the Forge got to come out here. And Raccoon Delilah with the Cyclone as well. Creates so much disruption. Envy's going to get cut down first. And now the knockup comes through onto Sybil's Ash, as well as the Nocturne in the backline. Burning down to the red buff. And it's going to be a wipe. 3 kills to none. A huge swing in favor of Tilt Esports.
Yeah, they had the good counter engage, and Nocturne hitting the ult Paranoia. Maybe just let them back off, call it a stalemate, but ends up going in to 3 members right away, and not a lot of follow-up here from Enigma being able to have that happen. So a little bit of a miscommunication there. Another TP, though, coming for Alawi. They might not be done with this fight.
Sean, oh, that's a nice handshake once again from Kakalin to push away the Alawi. Control, delete, should be able to get away here. The slows from the Jhin as well are going to guarantee their escape. Just a wasted teleport there, unfortunately, for Sean. And yeah, that fight, it was all Gucci went in with the Paranoia before Yeetlof's teleport could finish channeling. That's the whole reason you go for this Nocturne Orianna combo, right? So you can combine the power of those ultimates, but just the timing not quite right there for the OE mid jungle. And it definitely cost them pretty big.
Yeah, I saw Yeelof too, just kind of place the ball, waiting for everyone to kind of come to open.
Crystalero connecting in the top lane is going to get the Aurora ultimate out in response. Meanwhile,
Paranoia as well.
Paranoia committed onto the Aurora. They are going to be able to take her down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, Shelly's going to get that charge into the tier 1. Sean trying to defend against 3 members of Tilt. Not going to be able to do so. So the tier 1 turret goes down in exchange for that 1 kill that OE are able to pick up towards the top side.
Yeah, and the gold a little over 1.6k, so another kind of closer gold swing here. We do have less than a minute on Dragon, trying to clear below vision. Enigma, trying to fight their way in here, but Tilt does have a good spot right now. If they want to pick a fight, they have a couple waiting in the wings here.
Here comes Call the Forge, got the Cyclone as well, directly onto the backline, just shredding those health bars. And you're absolutely right, Gatano. The setup was just a little bit too good for Tilt. The side of Optimal Esports, they didn't have vision in those bushes. They thought it would be safe to walk in, and it absolutely was not.
Just kind of dangling the bait in front of them like, oh no, we're caught out, but call an ambulance, but not for me, they say. Dragon spawning up now. This will be an even up for the Dragon. 2-2 on each side, unless there is some sort of wild steal here. Nocturne not being here.
In comes those last members. That's going to be the flash out from Butters. Good attempt there on the Shockwave. Another great handshake from Kakalin. And the Aurora ultimate on the flank gets all 3 of them as the health bars start to get shredded. The Enchanted Crystalero is going to go wide. Sean doing everything that he can to at least take down the Sun Bear. Flashes forward. We'll be able to do so. The Paranoia as well, as Delilah now is maybe chased a little bit too deep on the other side of the team fight. The Alawi has been taken down. No jungler now for the side of Tilt Esports. They can't stay on the objective, and all Gucci has respawned, so this is going to be Cloud Soul Point over to OE.
Delilah just going a little too far there. They don't have the jungler. You already committed. Pew for your backside. Go grab the Dragon quick and get out of there. But unfortunately, the extended fight, enough time as, past spawners come out, and great job there by Enigma kind of scouting that out and being able to stick in there. I thought the TP from, Albino Sunbear on the backside really kind of solidified it, but they took it just a little too far, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought so too. It looked like a great flank. Albino Sunbear trapped all of them with the Between Worlds, and the immediate impact of that was definitely massive. But yeah, just a little bit too deep there for Delilah. Kind of lost sight of the status of the rest of the team and what was important in that fight, and ended up giving over what could end up being a pretty big advantage for the side of OE. The fact that they're on 3 dragons now is potentially a win condition for them. You still have to kind of be able to play off side lanes with this composition. So Cloud Soul, I don't think wins you the game by itself, but definitely would be a really great tool for them to use.
I agree with you 100%. Just, you got to kind of think ahead what could happen. You're kind of getting that tunnel vision. You're seeing red, those blinking health bars, but you got to think, is this the right call at this point? A lot on the line there. Yeah. It usually Cloud Soul, that's one of those that you're like, you know, you could really take or leave, and there's nothing really to it. But with this team, it really changes the dynamics of everything. But now, kind of a Baron dance going on here, as we see a lot of team here from the Enigma just trying to clear stuff out, playing together, roaming. Nocturne still having the paranoia, able to join fights kind of wherever. Meanwhile, towards the bot side, the wet noodle fight going back and forth. No matter how many items these both top laners get, they just keep stacking on each other.
Yeah, Control's Elite doing a great job of clearing the wave, not allowing Sean to really pressure the turret. Aurora ultimate committed up here towards the top side. Is going to get the flash out from Gucci. I have to say that's a favorable trade for Tilt.
Yeah, already a quarter done with that ultimate, so not a giant timer on that. If I'm looking here, ooh,
And Paranoia
Back
committed
with the
on
Paranoia.
towards that Aurora, who still does not have the ultimate or the flash. The Fear Tether comes out, and Albino Sunbear going down. Yeetloaf on a killing spree, still stacking up that Doran's ring.
yeah, 8 stacks on it now, and it looks like Baron might be the call there. They might be able to do it.
You know,
Let's do it.
5v4.
They're gonna send a few more and allow it, but this is what we talked about in that draft phase, and you know what you touched on is that Nocturne being on the side lane. You're pushing up too far. You don't have the vision. You don't have, you know, the ultimates. You can't have flash. You can't get out, and unfortunately, just a little too far of a push. Curtain call though.
Curtain
Opening
call
up.
gets opened up. Decent damage to start out, mostly onto Sean, though the Alawi does go down pretty low, but a nice shockwave to buy a little bit more time, gets Sean the ability to get out a couple more of those W's. They do eventually take down the Alawi. It's going to be Colin pretty far forward, does have to flash away from the Ashe, but now it's Control's Elite diving forward, trying to push Ashe back, still forced to kite back away from this one. A nice dredge line from Envy, gives a little bit of more space to the carry, but the Nautilus is going to fall. Butters with the 4th shot primed and ready. Spell Shield doesn't quite come out in time there. Rat Queen Delilah trying to push forward. Gucci is he going to be able to get away from this one? The Nocturne does slip into the tri-brush, and it looks like there will be no more casualties suffered by OE in this fight, but good moves from Tilt to be able to push them off the Baron.
Yeah, you got 3 with the Baron here. You got, you know, a lot of main people kind of holding it here. You know, it's a good time to kind of push mid, force a fight. You know, make sure that you are picking the fights when you want to, especially with Nocturne Ashe. You got Dragon coming up in less than a minute. We'll see what ends up happening. Top side, though, Arrow does
onto
connect.
Colin. Where's the follow-up going to be? Paranoia does come through. They get on top of the Renata. They do manage to take her down. Bailout not even coming out there to buy any time. Rat Queen Delilah still gets connected on by the Fear Tether despite already using the W. Gucci, though, has to be careful about going too far forward. The Between Worlds comes out. The Nocturne goes down. Yeetloaf trapped in there as well. The Orianna forced the flash away to stay alive. Butters on the blinking health bar is going to get traded back as Sean takes down the Jin. Connects the Test of Spirit onto Wukong as well. Rat Queen Delilah, very few options in terms of where to go here. Tries to move back towards the Ornn. Cyclone does come out, buys a little bit more time, but the Wukong does get taken down. Control Delete now all alone is going to get filled with arrows, a regular old pin cushion, as it's actually Sean getting the last hit. It's a 3-for-1 team fight. OE come out on top.
You know they have the Baron. They just backed. Why are you pushed up? You got to be able to get that game knowledge of say, hey, let's buy some time. Let's wait out, you know, a few minutes. You understand that, you know, Dragon. Oh,
I think that's the arrow connecting onto Albino Sunbear. Does not have any chance to get away. The flash even available there for the Aurora, but didn't have a chance to cast it, I guess. Or just didn't react to the arrow in time.
Yeah, it was very short range, but it was just enough to kind of set them up there, you know. You could have saved yourself, kind of, you know, get that dragon fight that's coming up, but now they have to grab, you know, kind of what they can and just scatter. Cloud Soul being taken here by Enigma. Great pickup for them here, and they got to be feeling good. Orianna, 7, 2, and 6. Just Yeetloaf being able to do so well on this team. Also having 10 stacks on the Dark Seal here. 3 items complete, and they're going to be just ready to push here for the end. You know, just shove it down mid. Have Alawi, you know, on one of the side lanes. Play this little push and pull game with them. I don't think there's too much they can do here.
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling really, really good for Optimal Esports at this point. I mean, they've got level 16 for both of their solo laners. Sean and Yeetloaf have those experience and gold leads over their opposite numbers. They have the Cloud Soul to boot. Shankros Herrero just going wide this time around. Butters had cleanse anyway, so the Jin was probably always going to be fine there. And OE seem to be playing this very patiently. You know, they did not get the Baron. So they're just going to bide their time and wait to find more moments where their opponents are overextended in these lanes and they can pick off isolated targets. Here comes Call the Forge God from ult. Does connect it onto Civil. Hostile takeover connecting onto the Ashe there as well, but the teleport from Sean is going to dissuade any further engagement. Alguchi dives forward with the paranoia. Curtain Call gets opened up, though. It's a huge shockwave coming out from the Orianna. Yeetloaf doing a ton of damage here. And look at the Orianna and the Ashe just still hitting from the back line. Another test of spirit going to connect. The last couple of kills go over. And with that, that should be the game. The 5-for-1 massive team fight win in the mid lane. Did I say they were looking for isolated targets? I meant they were looking for all 5 targets at once. It's going to be the push down mid and the game 1 victory for Optimal Esports.
Yeah, the death timers are just too high, and they are pushing too quickly. Water's coming in the boat and not fast enough to pump it out here. What a game 1, swinging back and forth, but just one giant team fight swinging in their favor, and that'll be the victory here. Starting us off on a strong footing, Enigma taking this.
Absolutely crazy. The number 4 seed coming out swinging in game 1 with a win on the red side. Really, really impressive stuff. You know, it felt like Rat Queen and Delilah and Albino Sunbear had a lot of pressure on them to kind of be the carries with this draft that Tilt Esports put together. And in the end, it was just the Orianna and the Ashe. It was Yeetloaf and Civil that were able to do more.
Yeah, I think it was just a couple of calls. You know, I'm thinking back to the Dragon fight where Wukong decided to chase and not swing back to his team. That kind of put them on that, you know, horrible Dragon set of a 3-1. And then the Baron play too. You know, they took Baron, just let them have it, push out your side lanes, being able to give yourself a little bit of room, but decided to fight in there too with, you know, oddball numbers. Like, yes, you may only see 3 on the map right now, but with all that movement and, you know, long range and just global that they have, they can come to you pretty quickly, and they learn that a little bit of the hard way. So
Yeah.
Tough
I mean,
game.
it's definitely, and it feels like that's where Tilt should have been. That should have been their greatest strength in this matchup, right? Is their ability to play the map and understanding when they're strong, when they should have the ability to press forward with their advantages, and when it would be time to back off. But it really did feel like OE kind of had a better instincts for that in this first one. Who's our game 1 POG, Gitano?
I think it's got to be Loaf. Just there was a couple of early flashes for the Wukong under tower, but after that, you know, I maybe only saw one bagel on the ult, but the rest were just clinically there, always being able to speed up his teammates, being able to shield, move well with it. I mean, there's a lot on here. You know, Civil as well did a great job of kiting. We saw so many team fights of that, and Envy as well being kind of alert and making sure that Ashe could, you know, free hit forever. We saw a couple of curtain closes pretty early too from him. So really good job by this team all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeetloaf on top of the damage charts with the Orianna. I think that flash for the Wukong last hit was kind of equal parts, maybe Yeetloaf overextending, and also just a really great reaction from Kakalin, who I think did have a pretty fantastic game on the Renata.
Yes.
But not enough to get Tilt Esports a win here in this first one, guys. We're going to go to a short break after a surprising, to me at least, victory for OE and Enigma in game 1. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep it going. Okay, everybody, welcome back to Champion Select for game number 2. As the losers of game 1, Tilt did have side selection once again, and they have opted to switch things up. They are going to be on the red side this time around, Katano. What do you make of that decision?
Maybe they're looking to grab a quick 2 pick, instantly kind of start their team off strong, or see, unless Enigma has something they really want to set off on here. With this Fearless 2, you're kind of looking possibly at a whole different team comp, or, a team look in that aspect, unless you have kind of multiple runs you can do. But since we're kind of banning everything here, if we get to the 4th game, then it's going to be kind of pick what you want, and then 5th game is no holds bar. But I'm kind of liking these individual early picks here that are getting banned out, the Zinzao, the Viego, taking both of those off the board, making sure the game doesn't snowball out, right away in the first 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So the Ziggs is something that was banned by OE on red side in game 1, and they clearly really value this pick very highly. They immediately snatched that up on the B1 when they see that Tilt did not ban it. So that is interesting. It seems like that is something that we are going to be really happy about, the fact that they're able to get their hands on this pick. And we saw in game number 1, this is a team that likes to play towards side lanes, that likes to go for, mismatched kind of fights. And Ziggs is a great champion for that, can assist from very long range. It can obviously have a lot of threat in the side lane towards those structures. Syndra looks like is going to be the response here. Definitely an interesting one. We've seen Syndra bot on occasion, but likely the mid lane option. Could be a flex, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to go mid with it here. So depending on the response, very powerful on lane, but also not hugely mobile. So if you have something kind of really get on her, have frequent ganks, it can become a problem for her as well. Last second pick here, and looks like we got Rel picked up as well. So a great little pick off team comp here kind of coming in, but touching on that Ziggs, kind of echo what you just said. I like that pick. It's a very safe 80 carry. You can, virtually 1v2 and send that support towards, if you need to help in the Rift or top lane, or wherever you want to send that rowing support. As Ziggs, you should be able to clear the waves just fine. Even if an Orianna does flash, Q you underneath the tower, you might be saved by a satchel or two here. And Skarner being picked up, another great engaged piece here from Enigma.
Yeah, definitely. The Skarner pick that I think many people consider to be very strong right now in the current meta. Is a really powerful tank jungler that can provide some great frontline for the Ziggs later on. And of course has the ability to set up plays as well with the E and the ultimate. So definitely like that pick for all Gucci. A little bit of a different look as compared to the Nocturne, so that'll be interesting to see. Another tool in the toolkit for this jungler that joined halfway through the season, right, for Optimal Esports. If this is somebody that can wear multiple hats for the team, that really bodes very, very well for them, I think, in terms of the rest of the season for the playoffs here. Braum going to be the other lock-in on B3 for OE. It's not really a traditional pairing with the Ziggs, but should feel pretty strong into what Tilt have so far, definitely.
Yeah, definitely a great disengage tool, and the lockup too, just the passive stun being used. And then of course, maybe with this, they're looking at the Syndra ult coming in, that they can just kind of put up the barrier and kind of block out all the damage incoming here.
So getting word in the client chat, guys, that R3 selection is the Lilia. Just a little bit of a bug with the draft lull. These things do happen sometimes. But there's a little bit of a cavalry comp now coming together for Tilt with the Lilia and the Rel.
I'm hoping to see the Hecarim on top of it,
Yeah, yeah.
You
Could
hear
happen.
horse beats here. Think horsies, not zebras.
Yeah, it could be like Lilia top to open up for the Hecarim jungle to come through.
You can get Kled, not a full horseman,
True.
but still has the mount, so
cavalry, definitely. Yeah.
Could be something like that.
Yeah, no doubt. It'll be interesting to see.
That's
yeah,
another.
She counts as well, no doubt.
I feel like there could be a cavalry comp somewhere in the midst of here. You could even play Volibear since you're your own cavalry at that point, or Warwick. Now
Who's
I just
the
want
cavalry
a full
80 carry.
Huh. Who would you put at the AD carry as the cavalry
Fled maybe could do
squad?
it.
A little bit of
No.
range. Always stick in shotgun mode, just never remount and
Yeah. Well, we'll save the cooking for the team, so we'll let them kind of be in charge of that. So seems like we are gonna probably have to remake the draft lull here. It did kind of bug itself out pretty severely, so a little bit of a delay, guys. Sorry about that. But for Tilt Esports, what do you think of what they've selected so far? Assuming that Lilia is going into the jungle, that's not the greatest synergy between Lilia and Syndra. You're obviously doubling up on the AP there. You already have Skarner and Braum on the other team that can build very tanky, that can stack that magic resist. But I do think that both sides have some pretty powerful champions just in general. Is there anything specific that you're looking to see from Tilt in this draft, Katano, to try and, as like an adjustment that you feel like would be good for giving them a better chance in the second game?
yeah, it's maybe it's tough to say because right now you have the Rel that wants to go all in, so you almost want to pair something aggressive in the bot lane for that to have happen. But on the opposite side of that, this Braum's gonna be blocking a lot, so you don't want to pair, like an MF with the Rel in case he just throws up the shield and negates all the damage. Maybe an individual like a Caitlyn, you can set a trap down, hopefully spiral everyone kind of back into it or whatnot, smolder stacking, make sure you're keeping yourself safe. You can fly away from Skarner if needed. You kind of 1v1 kind of build up with that Ziggs too, where that lane's really not going to go anywhere until that mid section of the portion of the game. So I'm maybe seeing a little bit more of a safer AD carry, and then these supports just roaming crazily into it here. Syndra with that giant burst, and that if you get her ahead just a little bit, she kind of runs rampant quite a bit. And if you're unleashing power on the right person, you find out Ziggs, you find a squishy target that engages for the Rel on top of it and whatever you have, and it kind of just really snowballs where you can have a really good pick team comp for a Tilt. But on the other side for Enigma here, I love the Skarner pick. Grab your carries that you need in the back line, just instantly drag them back. Braum just kind of shields them up, making sure that you can't really save or help in any certain way. And then you just have a giant Ziggs bomb, which, I think I would just kind of lay down and accept my fate at that point, if that's what happened.
Yeah. I do think that I really like what OE are putting together so far once again. You were saying you want to... You'd like to see Tilt focus a little bit more towards pick this time around, like kind of similar to what OE had in the previous game?
Maybe not a pick, but it's just something a little bit more safe. I don't think their team comp right now is a pick comp. I think it's a let
Right.
them come into us, because like that Lilia, if you get 4 or 5 teammates trying to come in, you do a nice, I can't remember the skill right now, but you do a Q and a sleep time. That's 4 people instantly just kind of taking a nap, and now you got Real with the Magnet Storm and everyone else coming in. So I think it's a little bit more of that anti-engage that they're doing, and they're taking away the engage tools with the Yone and the Varus as well towards that other side. So it'll be interesting to see what they round this team comp out with.
Yeah, it's just a little bit concerning for me, right, Gaetano, because I feel like that's kind of what they went for in the previous game, right, for Tilt Esports. It was kind of like the team fighting, strong front line, let them come into you kind of composition, and it didn't really end up working out for them. So then, do you feel like, is your assessment really more like that it's not so much draft adjustments that they need, it's more gameplay related, the source of the struggles for Tilt?
Yes, I think that's exactly what's going to have happen. They're just going to be like, hey, we don't have as much of Silent Lane, engage tools that are going to be start picking us off. Nocturne's off the table. You don't have the Ash Arrow worrying about hitting you halfway across the map. And now it's more, consolidated right in front of you. And this is what you're going to have. And with that Sivir pickup too, I think it's a great, utilization tool of keeping yourself safe, making sure you can kind of scramble in that team fight, but still maneuver around efficiently here. So I think that's what they're going to stick with. And if that's your bread and butter and you do it well, there's no need to change. It's one game. Come back game 2, show them that's what you're all about, and kind of go from there. So Talia being picked up though.
Yeah. I do think the Sivir is pretty good. There's potentially going to be a lot of value for that spell shield. We do have, so the Talia pick is actually Kaisa on the B4. So Talia is not in this game.
Okay,
I was
good.
actually kind of excited to see Talia, Kaisa
know.
as the lock-ins, to be honest. I thought, like, whoa, the side lane threat with that pair is crazy. Both of them can join from so far away. but maybe we don't play Talia. It is going to be the Gangplank instead. And I do think it might be the Kaisa mid, right? It's either Kaisa or Ziggs is going mid. What are you thinking there?
I think it's gonna be the Ziggs. You can, stay in a really good safe range, out of the Syndra, engage, as well as,
Makes sense.
making sure you can help towards the sidelines too, because your ult, you only have to walk maybe about a quarter way down the river before you can throw that giant bomb and really, help the team in that sort of sense. Plus, you have the Gangplank ult on top of that. So I'm looking to see level 6, you know, those early plays, Zeus Gangplank and Ziggs, and kind of match up those ults on top of a single carry target before the fight even starts. You're looking at half health, if not even more, of that being demolished here from the team. So, Enigma, I think they've drafted a strong comp that is very solid here, but Tilt as well. I mean, they can play off their back foot very well. Cho'Gath being able to silence, pop anyone up, Sivir ult, making sure that everyone's got that speed that they can kind of backtrack. Lilia, same thing here. And if they want to go in, they have the Rel or the Syndra kind of pick off potential as well.
Yeah. There's definitely some really big circles here for OE. Everybody loves a good circle comp, and they've got Skarner to try and set that up and get people in a position where those circles can be aligned. And, we do have, of course, Control Alt Delete with the opportunity to go for the R5 counter pick this time around. Gangplank coming through there on the B5 for Yeetloaf. And then the Cho'Gath has been picked into it. So, personally, I don't know if I love the Cho'Gath katana. What do you think about that R5?
I'm not sure on it too. You're already heavy AP here, and let's say
Yeah.
Sivir does fall behind, or you're not, playing towards that late game Sivir where she just absolutely demolishes. But early, there's just gonna be a lack of damage here, especially if Skarner can kind of get ahead and Braum too, and they're gonna really be able to face tank quite a bit of this. So, a confused Cho'Gath pick, but after it's all said and done, I could be very wrong at the end of the day, and this Cho'Gath could be a giant monster just nomming his way. Now, I know I'm horrible at calling skins, but I'm hoping to see Gentleman Cho'Gath. I just want those lines. I want the politeness out of this top lane.
Yeah, definitely one of his better skins. The champion has been the most played for Control Alt Delete for the last couple of splits. We don't have a ton of solo queue data here. 16 games, 56% win rate for Control Alt Delete last split on the Cho'Gath. So it's definitely a comfort pick. Right, and that can be very relevant. That can be very important in terms of allowing players to perform at their peak, at their best. Getting them something that they're going to be comfortable on, I think, can be really, really valuable, especially at this level of play, right?
Yeah.
But I do think it's probably going to be a really hard lane into the Gangplank, and we'll see. I don't know if it's going to be very easy to land ruptures on these carries either. I mean, Kaisa and Ziggs aren't the most mobile, but they both have some ability to kind of dodge away.
You're not going to get in range of it too with that front line.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult. But Rat Queen Delilah's on a carry once again with the Lilia, so we know how that's how the team likes to function as well. And they do have that reliable scaling AD threat with the Sivir also. So it's definitely, I think. Tilt has more damage with this draft than they had in the previous game, and maybe that's going to be enough to get them some of the wins as we do move towards those team fights. But what are you thinking with these drafts overall, Gaetano? Last game, you even said that you liked OE's draft better, but you predicted Tilt anyway, just because of the nameplates. What are you thinking this time around?
I think I'm going to flip-flop it now here. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Enigma on this tide. I'm liking the circle ults, the simplicity of this. We grab someone with a Skarner ult, we grab someone out with, the Braum passive, being able to lock them up, and then Ziggs Gangplank just say, have fun, don't move, and just kind of lay down. But
yeah.
Maybe it's the
We'll
caster curse. Maybe it's that again. Every time I pick a team, it's just opposite. So maybe I'll be taking Monopoly bribes, or if you sell me Park Place, I'll vote for the other team or something.
You are pretty good at those anti-predictions, Gaetano. We'll just have to wait and
I'm
see. One
predicting
thing's
who's
for
losing.
sure, though.
I'm at 100% here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But one thing is for sure, these two teams did put together some very interesting drafts for us, and that must mean that they're using ProComps, guys, of course. So shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the league community. It's not like the other tools, guys. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for teams, for solo players. You can pair it with any other app. With Pro Comps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice, so tailored champion picks, ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds of your opponents. You can share with friends. There's a post-draft guide as well that you can use to analyze the game. You can generate comps based on your own preferences. There's coaches and analysis. You can create personalized tier lists. This app already has over 280,000 downloads, thousands of daily users, and it's totally free. A no-brainer to at least give it a go, guys. See if it'll be useful for you. Download now. You'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. Special thank you to ProComps, and special thank you to these teams for creating such interesting drafts for us, guys. We're going to a short break. When we come back, Game 2 between the defending champs and Optimal Esports Enigma.
Close to all these veins, another to make
Welcome back to the Rift, everyone. Enjoying some beautiful Lilia emotes to welcome us back to the Rift for this second game. Of course, Tilt Esports on the red side now after pretty shocking loss in game 1. Seemed like they had the upper advantage, or the upper hand rather, at times, but ended up overextending in a couple of critical moments, ended up throwing it away a bit. Kakalan tagged by the Winter's Bite here at level 1. Is going to be able to canter out to safety.
Yeah, just a nice little, hey, what's going on? We're here. Nothing too crazy happening. I know we saw from Enigma last game the aggressiveness out of this bot lane, being able to bush camp, so we'll see if it ends up swinging towards the other side. But as you just stated, just a few little changes here, back and forth, towards that mid game that kind of really cost them dearly here. So we'll see if they end up fixing that for this game here. But maybe a bot side to level 1 gonna meet here. Braum entering the bushes, and they are
the bot lane of Tilt
gonna
this
meet.
time around. They are gonna face check as the concussive blows are gonna get stacked up onto the Rel, who does manage to crash down to safety in time. The follow-up to really come through. Definitely an advantageous trade, I think, for the Kaisa and Braum. Sivir just can't really do too much the first few levels, besides clear minion waves.
Ooh, Gangplank already hitting a great
Gangplank on the other
barrel.
hand, really powerful at level 1. Troll delete, gonna take another barrel to the face there. The Twilight Fire, he's dead. Meatloaf solo kill to start this one off. And these OE solo laners are just dominant so far tonight.
Gotta respect the barrels. Oh, filled with TNT and energy all in one. Gangplank started off so quickly, and that is going to feel so good here. Another barrel chain. I mean, just having them hit early just feels so good and gives you that confidence going into, that early stance where you can kind of really dominate the lane and do what you choose. 10-1 here early for the lead on top side.
And Control delete forced to burn that teleport so early on as well.
That aggressiveness, though.
Here comes all Gucci towards the mid lane. Albino Sunbear is going to have to flash away, stay alive. That's another summoner down for the Tilt, one of the Tilt solo laners. And wasn't Eatloaf playing the Orianna last game? Did our solo laners actually swap lanes for OE?
Why not, If you can play Ziggs mid lane, by all means. And Eatloaf doing a great job on the gameplay here.
Goodness. Another barrel chain connecting there.
Barrel after barrel, but this is what I was worried about Sunbear in the mid for that, that push presence that you have. And now with that flash being down early, if Gucci decides to repeat the gank, there's not really too much Sunbear can do off of that. Besides, hopefully there's a counter gank or someone to help you here. But Lilia going towards the bot side, so is Skarner here. So bot lane might have a giant fight on their hands.
Back up on Kakalan once again. Rel should be able to crash down back out towards safety. Both junglers arriving in the bottom lane. Level advantage for Delilah right now, as the Lilia did, of course, go for the full clear while Gucci made that pass towards mid. So Lilia one camp up right now. Kakalan going to go for the flip on the Skarner, but now Rel potentially in danger. Going to get slowed up by the Q there. Forced to flash the wall. Will survive. Meanwhile, solo kill in mid. Again, these OE solo laners are just taken over. And the thing as well, Gitano, is Lilia is so bad at ganking early. These solo laners are struggling so much for Tilt, and the jungler can't really help them.
Yeah, it's one of those you need to pick strong laners. But meanwhile, on the backside, Skarner here.
Gucci underneath the turret, though. The CC is great from the Rel. And unfortunately, Gucci just gave him one on the house.
A little confusing on that, especially early. You don't have any items. You already have health, and I don't think you have the ability to dive just yet. Could have been kind of a squishy turret. You never know. Sometimes they're made of, jello and warm hugs.
He needed to find out which was more solid, him or the turret. And now we know.
The turret.
Now we know. It was the turret. That's
always wins. Oh, no.
Colin stepped up a little bit far here. One more auto attack. They flash for it. They get the stun onto the realm. The Kaisa passive as well. It should be enough damage. The Akathian Rain secures the kill. And it's going to be the double Civil and Envy again in the 2v2. They make it happen.
I don't like where this one is going. They have taken off on a hot start here. Red buff 2 now for Kai'Sa. Just going to be able to poke out even further here. Sheen being complete by the Gangplank. Going to be even more dangerous here. Sending down one barrel after another. We'll see if it pops. No. Cho'Gath able to get a little bit of a bite back here. We see Skarner towards the mid side. Looking for the aggressiveness on the Syndra. Sunbear there has to be careful.
Oh yeah, Sunbear knocked back by the satchel. In comes all Gucci. Cannon barrage as well to help out. Swirl Seed connecting onto the Skarner. Still level advantage for Delilah in the jungle matchup. Lilia flashes to the other side. Oh, Gucci flashes as well, but doesn't get over the wall. Now Skarner is going to burn down. Sean flashes forward, gets that last little bit of damage out, takes down the Syndra, but now the Ziggs is not going to be able to get away. Surely the Guardian from the Braum, the concussive blows stacking up, but no. Rat Queen Delilah, one more blooming blows will take down the little Ziggs, and now Envy all alone. Actually does have the Kai'Sa reinforcing, so the Braum will survive, but a 2-for-1 play for the side of Tilt in the mid lane.
Yeah, good heads-up play there, just kind of bringing the team, being able to stick in there. Gangplank ult crashing down, but not doing enough, unfortunately, in this early game. No upgrades taking part in it just yet here.
It's exactly what Tilt need, too. They need kills for Delilah, for their carry jungler. They need to get her into a position of power. It seems like that was kind of one of the main things that went wrong in the previous game, as the Wukong, while it can work in theory, it wasn't able to get a substantial enough lead to really be that carry threat. You know, Wukong is not guaranteed to scale into those later stages as a big damage threat if he falls behind. This time around, the Lilia should be a little bit more guaranteed in terms of what she's able to do in the mid and later stages. Getting that early kill, definitely great for the Rat Queen. Meanwhile, Yeetloaf gonna get feasted on towards the top side. Does have to flash away, barely will survive.
He's going for it, though.
Oh, the underneath the turret goes control. Delete. It's going to be a trade as both top laners will fall, and a lot of this minion wave going to get lost for Yeetloaf.
Yeah, still having the TP, though. As soon as you spawn, you head back in there. You have 2 pieces of the Triforce completed, and that orange gave a lot more health than I was expected to at that point here. Objectives being traded off as well. Dragon for the grubs.
Same trade that we saw, or actually it was the reverse of what we saw last game. It was OE prioritizing the grubs. This time around, they are the ones to get the first dragon. And Tilt did secure that full first round of grubs, as you already mentioned.
See how laning phase goes here. Bot lane, Civil being very aggressive, pushing up, spamming out, as well as Envy as well. Just landing these door hits as they please here. Colin has to be careful. Every time I see them down there, it's like he's having to use his abilities as a defensive rather than a go-in button here, but we'll see what ends up happening. Lilia doing more clearing, as well as Skarner. Jungle is just trying to catch up after a lot of action here, going back and forth and kind of helping out the lanes.
Yeah, Lilia looks like might be making another pass towards this top side. Yeetloaf, no summoners on the GP. Is he going to be able to outplay this one? Rat Queen Delilah does not connect the first blooming blows. Now the sleep is going to come out. Cannon barrage for some good return damage, but Delilah is going to be able to finish off the Pirate. Meanwhile, Gucci moving in towards the mid lane. The Impale is going to connect onto the Syndra, but kind of drags her out of the Ziggs ultimate. Now Albino Sunbear trying to get back underneath the turret. So close to death. The Unleashed Power is going to make it a trade. 1-for-1 as both mid laners will drop.
Yeah, just a little bit of a misplay there. A good drag, but not shoving the Ziggs bomb right on top of it, but more predicting maybe that Syndra's going to flash out right afterwards, but just a little bit of a mistime. Meanwhile, topside, good job of Rat Queen being up there helping. But
from Envy, I mean, the bot lane, Killer Instinct, dribble forward. They try and block the Kai'Sa passive butters desperately, trying to get underneath the turret. The Akathian Rain, not quite enough. The Sivir manages to limp away from that one, does expend both summoners and the ultimate, but it was all the summoners and the ult off of Envy as well, and they're not quite able to get that kill.
12 HP and a dream there for the Sivir. Just Butters barely slipping away there. But You talked about the carry being the Lilia, now 2-0-1 Blackfire Torch already being completed, and a little bit of a CS lead here in the jungle.
Yeah. It's starting to feel like this game is most likely going to be Delilah versus Civil. We'll have to track, how both of these players are able to perform as we move in towards the mid game. Meatloaf and Sean are still pretty confident in the 1v1, but once Delilah has gotten involved in these solo lanes, Lilia has really been able to kind of equalize things, and Cho'Gath and Syndra feels like they're able to hold their own now a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh, towards bot side now, Lilia looking for Civil.
Civil dodges away from the Swirl Seed, not going to get tagged by that one. Lilting Lullaby was on cooldown anyways.
Towards the mid lane now, Syndra getting pinged out by the Ziggs. Both of these, or at least Albino not having flash here, so a little bit of aggression plays. Skarner does have the Impale here.
Control with Elite actually level up now in this top lane matchup. Yelo potentially in danger. Doesn't have flash on the TP, and Cho'Gath does have the ultimate. Here it comes. Gangplank gonna get devoured. Oh, Gucci arrives not in time as, the Cho'Gath is gonna get tagged by the Inferno Bomb, but it's a Ziggs who hasn't even completed a full item yet. There's just not enough damage. At least they're gonna prevent Control Delete from pushing out the wave, but now here comes Delilah, trying to potentially facilitate that wave getting pushed out. Syndra actually moving as well. Let's take a look at the bot lane for the time being. This wave crashed by Civil and Envy. Looks like nothing more will happen down here. Meanwhile, the top side, Gucci is gonna get silenced. The Eruption is gonna connect, flashing forward as Delilah gets the sleep onto 2. Ziggs is gonna get targeted down, flashes away from the scatter, but the Unleashed Power is going to secure the double kill as Albino Sunbear with the roam up secures both on the Syndra, stacking up the Doran's ring.
Yeah, about 20 CS up right now is the Syndra. 3-3-2, still having the bounty on the head. 250 now, just completed the Hextech Revolver. Or the Luden's Companion for the first item, as well as the Dark Seal. 6 stacks on that, so we'll have to keep an eye on that for these next plays. Dragon spawned as well, and it looks like Tilt will be going after that. Enigma towards the top side, grabbing up the Void Grubs here. That will be a hearty exchange for them. 2 Dragons over for the side, and will this be something that they're going to knock on Soul Point here? Prioritize the next one, bring it to 3-0, and kind of drag the team to them. Not a giant gold, difference. Still 2,000. Still young in the game. Nothing too crazy yet here. So we'll see where this game ends up happening here in the next few minutes. All right. Towards the bot lane, Civil here finishing out that static shift, such a giant component on TP. Yep, coming in towards the bot side. Cho'Gath looking for it, another TP answer as well from the Ziggs. Rel here trying to grab away from everyone. Queen Delilah not connecting with everyone here. Cho'Gath getting stunned up, but Sivir popping the ult, allowing everyone to get through there. They're charging in. Megan Storm was used. Alright, another TP coming in here from the Gangplank. Yeatloaf grabbing up a kill on 1. Unleashed Power trying to find Civil will not happen, and all of a sudden another shutdown here. Yeatloaf going on a rampage here. Great job not having the Cannon Barrage just yet, but not even needing it. Building up the Triforce, gonna have a lot of money in the bank after that. 1,500 to spend, boots, and then some. Great plays and a lot of TPs being used throughout the entirety of it here. Meanwhile, Skarner just trying to farm up here. Grab a little bit back, grabbing the red. Gonna get spotted out by Cho.
Yeah, just trying to fix the audio issues, guys. Sorry for stepping away for a moment there. Gucci, it looks like maybe a little bit overextended in the enemy jungle. He's going to get stunned up by the scatter and taken down by the Sunbear, number 4 now for the Syndra.
What a play that happened in the bot lane. Just back and forth, back and forth. Gangplank kind of holding on the TP to the very end, but uses it wisely, picking up 2 kills as well. Control ult elite, kind of going in there solo. Couldn't quite find anything, and unfortunately, Syndra as well, just a little
a little lack on the damage. Just an amplifying tome, I think, would have taken down Civil, but just not enough. Meanwhile, here, Rift being looked at by Delilah.
Yeah, I'm going to start this one up. Civil and Envy in the area, seeing if potentially they're going to have something to say about this. Sean also trying to get some poke out. Nice scatter from the Sun Bear, though. Going to dissuade them from moving into the river. Gucci blast cones over the wall aggressively. Looking for some kind of ult here. Silenced, though, by the Cho'Gath. Rupture really nice on it, too. In comes Kakalan with the Magnet Storm. Is so much CC, is so much damage right out the gate. And look at Sun Bear, still so safe on the back line. Eventually, Control Ult Delete will burn down. Still a 2-for-1 fight, though, in favor of Tilt.
Yeah, they burnt a lot here on the front line, which Civil is not quite through yet, but might be regretting here. Cleanse coming out.
Position, desperately trying to finish off the Rel. Ease forward, but the Rel is going to flash away, and Rat Queen Delilah now unstoppable as Civil gets shut down there. Felt the pressure, felt like he had to go for the big play, was not able to find it.
I don't think it was needed. You know, yes, you lost your 2 front line, but there's no reason for them to kind of re-engage towards the Rift. You can wait for respawn timers to come back. So, you know, a little bit of a misplay there. Skarner completing the Heartsteel as well, just trying to look for more team fights and get that early stacking upon them. Meanwhile, towards the bot side, we see Braum picking up the Locket, trying to shield a little bit, and towards the counterpart of Rel with that Zeke's Convergence. Hoping to cause the storm during those alt timers here. But Rat Queen Delilah, 5, 0, and 4. 2 giant burn items, Leandri's and the Blackfire Torch being complete here. So that has got to feel good.
Yeah, definitely. The Lily is so strong now with those 2 items done, like you mentioned. Definitely strongest champ in the game at the moment. And we have another dragon spawning as well. It's going to be a Mountain Soul this time around, Kitano. Of course, the first 2 were picked up by OE in exchange for all 6 of those grubs going over to Tilt. So this is going to be an important fight for Tilt to take. They should be favored in it. They've got, you know, their Lilia and Syndra are both really strong. See if Albino Sunbear is going to be able to get that second item completed. Mid-control right now.
Yeah, a load of poke here on the Braum, maybe trying to grab an important piece out before the fight even starts. This would be Dragon number 3 for Enigma, would put them all towards that important, you know, soul point here. Cho'Gath taking a lot of damage here from the Ziggs.
To take down that tier 1 turret, the Rupture's gonna get flashed away from. Flashes forward, almost enough damage to one-shot Sean, but the Ziggs is going to get the last laugh in the end. Finds the solo kill in the side lane. Number 5, actually, for Sean this game. Meanwhile, it looks like the Dragon is going to get given up by OE. They're going to look to trade it for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, 1 Dragon, that's going to be all right. It's their first. There's no need to panic or worry. Meanwhile, Ziggs towards the top side. Did TP back. They're going to try to get that tower, plus Shelly, maybe look for even a little bit more if they end up dragging the Rift Herald to, you know, mid lane here and maybe crack down that first turret. Meanwhile, Skarner towards the top side, just gonna cover here in case something hinky does happen.
Tier 1 turret towards that top side, at least, will stand for now. The bottom lane, though, for OE is going to get taken down by Butters and Delilah, exactly where you want the gold to go for Tilt Esports. Be able to pick that one up. 2K now is the gold lead overall.
Yeah, still not a giant lead, especially at 20 minutes in. You know, maybe a half item here. Skarner, though, possibly looking for something, does get hit there a little bit by Delilah and Colin, but nothing too crazy coming out of it yet. Baron just spawning in 40 seconds here. I don't see any major dances from it, but having said that, Rat Queen Delilah can really burn down that Baron very quickly. So all it takes is 1 pick out. We're seeing too many people bot side, and they might just make this call to go for it. Sivir kind of looking juicy here as the bait.
And all Gucci moving in, thinking about maybe taking that bait. Butters now
Rat Queen Delilah.
Turret towards the side. Game's slowed down a little bit here. Neither one of these teams finding any huge advantages as Rift Herald does get dropped towards mid. This should be able to take down this tier 1 turret in mid. That is actually the Zig Satchel is what takes it down. So the full health Herald get a charge in the tier 2. Oh my goodness, it's a 4-man
Four-man sleep.
from Rat Queen Delilah. The Magnet Storm follow-up as well is beautiful. The Cannon Barrage came out from Yeetloof to try to prevent that follow-up from coming through, but it was unsuccessful. Envy going to get taken down on the back end of this one as well. Massive fight for Tilt Esports. They get the 4-for-1 and complete control over the map.
Nuts. Just absolutely nuts. Finding the 4-man stun there with the flash engage and just putting everyone to nap time, you know, for a temporary and a permanent screen there as they all see gray for quite a bit here. Meanwhile, Control Delete and Yeetloof just going back and forth, and what looked to be Gangplank heavily favored, but now this Cho'Gath is kind of, you know, going in when he pleases, not really caring too much if he does get hit by anything.
Yeah, I mean, Control ult was definitely struggling in the early laning phase, but that's, you know, kind of one of the strongest points in the game for Gangplank, right? He's one of those champions that's really strong in the first few levels and then kind of has that trough and then comes back in the late game once he builds up all that crit chance. But Control Delete is looking very tanky now in that side lane. The Cho'Gath not getting pressured as much anymore in the 1v1.
Yeah, picking up the hard steel too. So he'll take these small trades, kind of going back and forth. Automatically has the abilities to heal up as soon as he's taking down the minions here. So we'll see if that continues as a trend. Back and forth we go. Lilia now 6, 0, and 7 for Rat Queen Delilah. Great job. A minute 45 on the on the dragon. Start to pick that up. If you pick yourself up another mountain on top of this now, you tied it 2-2. You have the grub advantage, as well as your team just getting that much harder to kill. God, yeah. 3,100k on the Lilia. Or, yeah, 3.1k. Sorry, 31k. I was like, you could buy the shopkeeper at that point. 3.1k to spend. We'll see what she ends up buying here, as she's been staying on those 2 items for, I'd say, quite some time.
Yeah, it's going to be a full item purchase here. It is going to be the Rift Maker coming through for it. Delilah, of course, first champ in the game to get 3 items. And is just so incredibly strong right now. I mean, this is kind of the dream for Tilt Esports, right? To get their carry jungler ahead like this. Delilah's been able to carry games for them so reliably this season.
Yeah, right now they put themselves in a great position. These, you know, lanes are able to split pretty efficiently. Syndra's doing a good job not having to worry about too much of a gap close coming towards her that she can't really get away. Meanwhile, Cho'Gath still doing a great job being the top line, picks up the force of nature, going to help out with a little bit of movement speed as well as a little bit of MR as well. Grabbing the chain vessel, just going super tanky here for this build. Not a lot of vision score on, but not needed if you're a giant dinosaur that loves to, you know, munch on people.
Definitely.
Feeling
good,
He might
pretty
be
good regardless.
bones
Giant
after
dinosaur.
this one here.
Let's connect the Rupture onto Envy. It's charging into the wall, though, as it's Optimal Esports that have way more members for this fight, and they will eventually be able to take down said giant dinosaur. And now
Baron
they can
angle?
look towards the Baron. They have 5v4 on the map. Delilah's going to stay on the Dragon, though. The rest of the team moves over to try and defend the Baron. Oh, Gucci gets stunned up by the scatter there. Yeah, the side of OE not feeling like they could actually just force the objective. They tried to go for the turn, but that's bought Lilia all the time she needs to actually finish the dragon on the other side of the map, and now she can quickly move over here and join up with the rest of the squad to go for the full contest. Control Delete has teleport as well when the Cho'Gath respawns the contest, and it's another huge sleep from Delilah. Sybil immediately has to flash away to try to stay alive. They're looking to take down Kakalin, and Butters actually is going to fall down, but the Lilia damage is going to come through. The double kill goes over. You know, at least for OE, they do manage to take down 2 in that fight. But now Yeetloof in trouble, stunned by the scatter, and is going to get taken down by the watch out Eep. He didn't watch out for the Eep. Katano and did pay for it with his life.
That's a dangerous deer. You know, you talk about deer in the headlights, but it's a little bit of the opposite way here. As soon as you see the deer, you kind of stop and go, what's my best option? 9, 0, and 7. 700 gold bounty on the head, and still holding on to a little under 2k now of gold in her pocket. So as soon as Lilia starts backing, it's going to cause even more
Oh,
Chaos here. Double flash is being burnt out here. Braum and Lily just not taking any chances, but that movement speed, she is just booking it.
oh yeah, she gone.
She got
Usually it's the deer in the headlights, but this time around the deer has headlights.
yes.
Very, very different vibe. Very different vibe.
A little scary. If I see a deer with headlights,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm questioning what road I'm going down.
As another turret is going to fall to the gigantic dinosaur. Control deletes, as you
Ooh,
can see,
Skarner,
standing his
though.
own. Meanwhile, towards the top side, the Inferno Bomb is going to come out as Delilah goes down so low, but the Lilia refuses to fall down. Another double kill over to the Sun Bear. Now it's only Sean left standing over. And look at all that HP regen for Delilah. The Lilia is like back to full already. They take down the Ziggs. Another massive team fight win for Tilt. And they are looking like they have full control over this second game.
You fear the deer, and rightfully so. A little under 100 CS lead up towards the counterpart of this Skarner. Baron going to be taken. It's going to allow Cho that much more split push, and the team just might as well back by and run it down and let this deer just have her way. Venison is not on the menu tonight by any means necessary.
Absolutely not. Yeah, the deer has headlights. It's also the one cooking in the kitchen. You know, the deer is not the ingredient. It is wearing the chef's hat tonight.
I can't get that out of my head now. Just a giant deer just cooking up a short order tempered deer. Just why does he want the hooves? Okay, the hooves are not the part. God. I hate humans. They just don't understand, you know. Just trying to cook up a nice meal and no one can enjoy it. So now he's on a rampage, just, you know, giving him the business.
Absolutely right. Yeah, as you know, somebody who works in restaurants myself, you know, I know all too well the fury of head chefs, and I can imagine this Lilia as somebody who is just an absolute autocrat in the kitchen, demanding respect. You know.
Just walked in and said, "All of you are my Sue."
Level 16 now for our head chef Delilah, able to help the team push in this mid wave and start to pressure the enemy base. It's 8,000 now. 7.5 is the gold lead. It just continues to grow and grow. And they're playing on 2 lanes right now. They've got control of the lead still in the bottom side.
Dragon coming up here in less than a minute. They can just dance around this here, grabbing their 3rd Mount Drake if they want, and that'll help a lot of survivability here. Meanwhile, towards the bot side, though, Skarner going in.
Trying to pick off the 1 in the 1-4, but this 1 is extremely tanky. It's going to take a long time to kill him. They do drag him underneath the inhibitor turret. A nice satchel as well from the Ziggs. The turret will be enough to facilitate the taking down of the dinosaur, but it did cost them their mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, you know, very small piece of the pie coming back to you on that one. Taking down the Cho'Gath, but not sure how worthwhile it actually was at the end there here. So 20 seconds on the Dragon. I also worked about a decade of a restaurant in my life, and I worked about every single position from dishwasher to chef to, you know, GM, and yeah, it's a nightmare. It's so fun, but it's a nightmare. Some days you just it was a good learning experience. We'll put it that way.
I'm sure it was. We can revisit that in a moment as a flash Q from Kakalin. Magnet Storm is pretty big engaged, facilitates the Lilia. Does get stunned into the wall, but all of OE is already in the dirt. Sybil is down. It's only Gangplank and Sean. And now it's just Sean as the Rupture connects onto the Pirate. And it's just a little Yordle now. The explosive Yordle running for the hills, trying to get away from this big dinosaur. Flashes the Rupture, and it's Control Delete flashing forward. Gets that proc.
He's not done.
It's still trying to chase him down. The rest of the team is going to end the game in the meantime. Sean's not going to be allowed to go back to base. Does have the teleport, but not going to have the opportunity to use that either. And that is going to be the end of game number 2. Just about 30 minutes on the game clock, and Tilt are going to tie us up at 1 Nexus apiece.
What a game. Rat Green Delilah with the deer just taking over here. The Cavalry coming in and showing no remorse. 9-0 and 15. Delilah will end up on, and holy crap, what a clinic at the jungle.
No doubt about it. It looks pretty scary in the first few minutes there with both of those solo lanes for Optimal Esports popping off again. But in the end, you know, it was the side of Tilt that managed to hang on. This time around, they didn't go for any overextensions. They were playing much more carefully, it felt like. And they allowed the Rat Queen to carry them. And carry, she absolutely did.
Yeah, a lot of good catchouts. I know right away it looked a little sketchy here with the solo lanes not doing so hot, but they really did pick it up towards the mid game of that fight and really did a good job here of being patient. Lane Rat, Queen Delilah just do what they needed to do, supporting in that role. You know, you didn't need to do anything flashy, just make sure that you come together and win as a team there.
Yeah. Pretty easy game 2 POG vote, I think. The Rat Queen taking home the honors for this one. Do you have any other final thoughts on game 2, Gitano?
Be happy that you don't have to ban the Lilia, but there's more champs out there with more feet. So, you know, possibly another Cavalry gain incoming here for game 3.
Could happen. Could happen. We're gonna have to wait and see though, guys, as we do go into another break before our third champion select. See you on the other side. Welcome back. We are jumping straight into our draft here for game number 3. OE have elected to stay on the blue side after losing game number 2. They're going to look to change something else up to try and bounce back from a pretty tough loss. You know, it seemed like the beginning of that game 2, like we mentioned, was going pretty well for them. It seemed like they were going to be able to carry that momentum from game number 1, but Delilah ended up running away with that one.
Yeah, they end up having deer in the headlight looks pretty bad here early, and
Yeah.
just a couple of early skirmishes with the deer unfortunately did not pan their way, and ever since then it was just a downhill slide, faster and faster and faster. So I'm like to seeing these early pressure lanes from AoE. Like we see great solo lanes, but then we got to make sure we transfer that into whether there's a nice jungle fight, you're in that 3v3 stance. But a lot of these fights I'm seeing, you have odd numbers going in, or you're just waiting 2 to 3 seconds more for your team to kind of come behind and make sure they're in a good position to make sure to back you up here. So we'll see if a little bit of adjustments here are made. But the Nico pick early on here for Enigma.
Yeah, it looks like one big adjustment, actually, that we need to mention, Gitano, is the fact that it seems like Delilah is out for some reason in this third game. It looks like we have KTL coming in for the side of Tilt Esports. I'm not sure what the deal is there exactly, but that is a very interesting development.
Yeah, it is a sub. Interesting. I'm not sure why after that giant game you would take out a star piece, but maybe they're seeing some sort of angle that we're not. But we'll have to wait and see if it pans out here for him.
Oh, wow. Okay, so apparently, there is some kind of IRL issue here where our Rat Queen loses power at 10 p.m. Eastern every day, apparently.
Interesting.
So that is the reason why the Rat Queen is unable to play in this game number 3. Let's see, is Rat Queen coming back later or no?
It does not look like it.
Yeah, I mean that is okay. So very, very interesting. I mean that has to be great news for Optimal Esports, right? The fact that the player who carried Game 2 for Tilt is no longer on the Rift.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a game changer for him here. And some interesting team comp look right away here as the Nico and Heimendinger getting called up to the game. I'm trying to think the last time that I saw, a team comp kind of like this. It's a very long range
One.
poke and get you out of the way. Meanwhile, towards the other side, I kind of have the Wombo combo, Silas Edge, and the MF, just hoping to stack on one person, or a few, if Sejuani gets a good ult and just kind of clear them through. So I'm expecting something like, a J4, Zach, maybe something to kind of just group this team together here for Tilt.
Yeah, definitely. They could use some more setup for their Misfortune, no doubt. Misfortune, she already has the Sejuani locked in here. That can do a great job of holding people in place for that bullet time channel, right? But certainly, I think they wouldn't mind a little bit more in the setup department. So taking a look at the second ban phase here, Xin Zhao going to get removed once again alongside the Amumu. And for the side of Optimal Esports, they're going to ban away the Leona, which I do think would be a great pairing with the Misfortune and the Seraphine as well. Going to be hitting the ban list here. Galio on the R4.
Interesting pick. Another kind of universal global ult that we've seen throughout this game as well. Being able to knock up, if you can get 2 or 3 in the center of that, really line that up for the MF here too. So are we seeing the Silas top lane, or do you think it's going to be more of the Galio support route that they're going?
It's probably going to be Silas mid is my expectation, and I think there might be a Galio flex angle here. I think a Galio could go either top or support is kind of my instincts.
So Set being picked up here as well. Great job of picking up the tank, smashing it into the back line, and really allowing your team to kind of move forward here for OEE here. And we'll see what the last pick, Morgana, question mark?
They could probably use a little bit more frontline, but they're not going to go for that. They have Set as the only frontline. And just, really interesting draft here, honestly, for Optimal Esports. I mean, it's almost certainly going to be the Morgana jungle here, right? Ezreal, Heimerdinger likely going to be the bot lane, and Nico mid. But, some of those champions definitely could still get flexed around. There was that phase a while ago where Nico was jungling even. I remember that being a thing. I don't know how
There's
good
the
that
Zac.
still is, but oh, and there's the Zac. You actually mentioned Zac a little bit earlier, didn't you, Gitano?
Yeah, and I think that's going to play into them too here. I mean, just a beefy front line. I can see a lot of MR resist. You're not going to worry too much about the Ezreal here towards the late side. Even he's doing magic damage. So I think you stacked really heavy AP into, a team that can stack MR and be very happy about it here too. Sedge, Galio, and Zac being able to tank up a lot as well as the re-engages on top of them. As soon as they get a hold of you, you're not really going anywhere too far. So I'm really liking this tilt draft right off the bat here.
Yeah, definitely a ton of engage, a ton of frontline for the Misfortune. They should be able to protect Misfortune this game really, really effectively, assuming that they are able to do so. I think this composition is looking really great for them. On the off chance, though, that Misfortune does get picked off, there is a world where they could severely be lacking in damage for the side of Tilt.
Yeah, I mean, MF falls behind. Silas isn't really able to pick something up, and you're just getting poked out. Ezreal Arcane Shot able to have enough. Nico throwing out. The abilities kind of running you up. Heimerdinger, a great job of setting down the turrets, walking away, and watching you kind of, try to bum rush through them. And Morgana to keep you all on the outside in case you do engage. Throw it on the soil, you hit your ult, and you just shield whoever's kind of getting picked on. Meanwhile, set towards, a split lane push, depending on how that lane goes for him. He can just pick one of you up and throw you right back at your team. So I can see in an instance where Enigma's team comp makes sense, but it's just very difficult to execute. And you are hoping for a great early game because if you fall behind, your damage is not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, just because of all the front line that's on Tilt. Absolutely right, I think. They are a little bit AP heavy again as well. I mean, you have Ezreal who's going to have that consistent AD damage, but yeah, I do think that OE's composition here, their draft for this third game is very funky. I would describe it. It's a little bit off the wall.
One of those pieces of art that you have to really look at it, but you're not sure if it's works of art yet. But people say it.
Yeah.
It's like one of those, that's art, but art is subjective. Sometimes it is, and beauty's in the behind of the holder. So
that's very true, Gitano. That's very true. We'll have to see. As we move through this game, I think we'll get a better understanding of maybe the artwork and how much we really enjoy it. Interestingly, looking at the client draft here, where things are getting locked in, it does appear to be Nico jungle, Morgana support, Sejuani top into the set, and then that Galio going into the support role as well. So some interesting flexing of a few of these champions. Is anything standing out to you in particular as being surprising in terms of, what champions are going into what roles?
I feel like the Zac Sedge can be interchangeable, but I think the set's going to have a heyday with either one here. But I'm more interested to see how this mid lane goes. Silas being able to dive, in kind of on a quib and kind of go in, make sure he heals up and kind of lock you down. Heimerdinger on the other side, you throw a turret in front of yourself and you say, ha ha ha, have fun. So we'll see how that early game goes. If Silas is going to get aggressive, try to get a quick kill onto Heimerdinger. If Heimerdinger is going to have enough pressure with the turrets to kind of keep him at bay, maybe hold off on a couple of charges to make sure that he never has that opportunity and kind of put him at a standstill. So bot lane, I think it's going to be one of those where they just kind of go back and forth, but who knows? A random Morgana bind with an all-in on Ez could surprise.
You never know. Yeah, Morgana is a champion kind of similar to Blitzcrank, right? Where it's like either you're hitting your cues or you're not. It can be a little bit binary in that way. So, these lanes for Optimal Esports, honestly, all night have been really impressing. They've really been able to put the pressure on during the laning phase and find some individual advantages that way, but things have tended to fall apart for them, particularly in that second game, right? Once we get more towards the team fighting phase, that really does seem to be where tilts start to shine, like we were expecting coming into the series. Game one, throwing me for a loop a little bit in terms of those expectations, but game two, I think, aligned a lot better with them, the expectations that I had, going into tonight's match. Overall, Gaetano, how are you feeling about these Game 3 drafts? Obviously, OE is a little bit crazy, is a little bit out there, but I think there are some clear weaknesses for Tilt as well.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go with Tilt on this one. I think they just have to be patient, play for their strength, wait for a nice grouping, and then just hit them all at once with the wombo combo. Like, it's just don't feed them early, and I think you're gonna have a good time towards that mid to late game here. But you got to make sure you get there on time without a fed Heimendinger or Nico just kind of running around crazy. So they're gonna have to count their minions. So it'll be interested to see if they can do that, or if she hides as a camp maybe, and Zach pops around the corner and its own little fiddlestick surprise.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Nico definitely a champion that is very flexible in what you would like to go for. But yeah, I mean, Tilt Esports now with the momentum after that game number 2. You unfortunately have been 0 for 2 so far in predictions tonight, my friend. But we'll
I picked the losers. I'm 2-0.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting. My mistake. Of course. So we'll see then if the fact that they're missing the Rat Queen now is going to be debilitating for Tilt and facilitate your prediction of them as losing this third game, guys. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll see how things look on the Rift.
Tá no meu caminho, mexer pareceu bastante parecido com variação de como pode ser usada. Nunca siga os passos nem minha levada. Na estrada sua mente pode ser marcada. No rugir do Dandério, cortando na luta, eu ganhando. Aumentando a sequência de lacerações e golpes que vão sendo cronometrados pela minha espada. E uma speed que é impossível de prever. E isso é um Musashi ganhando, sou o Kojiro inigualável sob rune terra. Enquanto a maldade insiste em permanecer, eu vou achar você. Quem me deu essas ordens fez eu me perder. Eles vão perecer, ela não vai ceder. Libere o poder da sua espada. Ela nunca vai se curvar, por isso essa jornada, esse caminho ela trilhou. Guerreiros, porque aquele esmiuçou, em mim você nunca acreditou. E agora o jogo virou enviada em uma missão que ela não poderia mais completar. E agora recolhe os pedaços de sua honra, talvez ela queira voltar no tempo. E eu te disse aqui, que com aceleração na build cê não vai conseguir. Eu conto 1, 2, 3, o inimigo sumir. A espadachim é Kanban, não tem pra nenhum master. Hoje eles a chamam de exilada, noutro tempo defendeu com sua espada. Tantas injustiças hoje serão julgadas. De batalha seu corpo tão cheio de marcas, Na Ultimate o vento corre pela ameaça pago torre. Tendo um monstro que Noxus criou, meu rei te alcançou. Sei que tu cansou e tu se superou, top que garou, Gastando heróis só por diversão. O verdadeiro poder não vem vão. Ouça a respiração, a Demon Slayer eles vão enfrentar. Getsuga neles e os céus eu vou rasgar. Não tem escapatória aqui, asas quebradas vão ressurgir. A chamam de exilada, noutro tempos defendeu com sua espada. Tantas injustiças hoje serão julgadas. De batalha seu corpo tão cheio de marcas,
Eles não podem sair impunes.
Okay, everyone, we return to the Rift once more for our third game between Ionia 4th and Freljord 1st. Once again, we do have Optimal Esports on the blue side and Tilt, the defending champs, on red after picking up that game 2 win. But I'm going to be really curious to see how much they do miss the absence of the Rat Queen in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge factor, especially coming off of that last game that Rat Queen just had, just absolutely demolishing, making the plays. I mean, I think I counted 4 times sleeps. I'd say about 3 or 4 major times in that really kind of swung the fight for them here. So we'll see here if KTL has the same priorities, can still make the same plays, and kind of really stand in as a good substitute for Delilah.
Yeah. We have only sous chefs in the kitchen now. We're missing our head chef. Maybe that's going to mean like a little bit more camaraderie, a little bit more calmness, maybe in the Tilt kitchen, but we'll see.
I think there's going to be more tilt in the kitchen now that you don't have one man directing the ship, and it's kind of every man for
Like
himself.
power vacuum kind of situation.
Yes, someone's going to rise to the top. You only hope that it is the right person when that does happen here. Otherwise, it's one of those all abandoned ship where you kind of play for yourself here.
All right, that's going to be the early taunt coming out from Colin towards the bottom side, and the first Dark Binding is going to go wide. And some Alcove Gaming now, but that just means some free attacks for Civil.
Ooh, Control Elite just taking quite a bit of damage here, and Yeetloaf running him down.
Yeah, level 2, of course, first for the set. Oh, Control going to have to give up control of the wave.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Well played. Well played, young master.
We do have our junglers on opposite sides, starting on their respective red buffs. KTL going to be clearing down towards his Misfortune, the main carry for this team. And all Gucci going to be pathing up towards the set.
And it went a little bit of a longer route there here. So Nico going to have a little bit of a quicker clear as he's just getting now towards Wolves. Meanwhile, towards his bot side, a great push here by Civil and Envy. And Zach might be able to, do something about it here as after blue buff, if they're still sticking around, still pushing, might have an option here for the gank.
Yeah, some nice early vision is coming out from the side of Optimal Esports right now. They had
Such
that
a long
on the
mind.
Raptor camp, which is why KTL went for that longer route to try to dodge out on that vision. But they know he's not ganking topside because of the ward in the Tri-Brush, and then we just saw Civil and Envy able to get that ward towards the bot side Tri-Brush as well to spot out any potential Zacs moving over. We do have a Krug that is ganking top right now. Control Delete took Ignite Teleport, and that means he does not have Flash, and that means he is going to get taken down for first blood. It's going to be Yeetloaf that picks it up.
Interesting to pick up the Ignite. I'm not sure how I feel exactly about it, and I don't know sure how I feel about Krugs walking into my lane looking all weary-eyed and going,
Whoa.
are you gonna hit me or not? But then as soon as your brain clicks, that is not normal. Nico, just own little surprise party it throws. Now, towards this mid lane, Sean just being
just
very
waiting.
aggressive.
Is Gucci. A dash
Oh.
forward for the Galio towards the bottom side. Does get the count down onto Civil. And the
Dash.
knockback. As Ezreal's burned both summoners is going to be able to make it back underneath the turret. Envy black shielding himself there. Not expecting Civil to target that CC. The Ignite utilized now by Control Delete.
Flash.
Just barely. Yeetloaf sidesteps the back end of the Winter's Wrath. Looks like he will be able to complete the recall here. Control Delete desperate to stop this, but everything on cooldown for the Sejuani. It's going to be Yeetloaf teleporting back to lane.
So close, yet so far, and you don't press the advantage with the Ignite early. It almost seems, like you've,
Good
I wouldn't
try.
say wasted, but it's just something that you're going to have to keep in your mind that, okay, I got to grab something early, or I need to be able to make up for not having Flash here and make sure my positioning is in a great spot. Tries the back, holds off on it. I'm not sure how I feel. Still has TP, and you need to complete it here, but Yeetloaf is going to take his sweet time.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, okay, so now it's probably time to base, right,
Yes.
Control? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you don't want to take those extended fights here. With the set, as soon as he winds up for that haymaker, you just gotta get out of there and before you get yeeted off the map here. Dragon though being looked at Chemtech right away. Zach's just gonna ward back off a little bit, and I did want to note the aggression out of KTL with that gank towards the bot side, blowing Flash, making the play. So just that in itself gives me a little bit of confidence that while they did lose Requiem Delilah, that KTL is gonna be able to step in here and make sure that he fills that void for them.
Yeah, Butters has a pretty big CS lead this time around over Civil, thanks to that pressure that did come through from the Zac. So that is one part of the map that is going relatively well for the side of Tilt. And it looks like they are going to be able to use that bot lane control to start up the Dragon. This is going to be an uncontested first neutral top lane. Solo kill. Glacial Prison into the solo kill for Control ult. In comes the Nico, though, with the Pop Blossom, is going to be able to trade this one back. So 1-for-1 in the top lane. But great looks from Control to be able to find that solo kill with the Sejuani.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of burst damage that you're not used to seeing that in the lane phase here, and maybe taking them off guard. So maybe a little bit more respect factor here coming out, and no ignite either on that trade. But Zach, though, looking towards the bot side, Ezreal doesn't have much to help.
No sums for the bot lane. Sybil going to get taken down as Butters picks up the last hit. Envy trying to get back underneath the turret. CC, the lockdown is on cooldown for the side of Tilt, so they won't be able to chase down the Morgana, but they do tie up that kill count at 2 apiece. They're going to get this wave shoved out. A nice reset for Butters here.
Air's going to push this in, hopefully grab a little bit of pressure here. Morgana still there just in case to defend. Meanwhile, towards the mid, Sean just keeps on pushing and pushing. And I don't know if there's too much Zach can actually do about this. We see Albino Sunbear taken down to about a 4th HP, and there's not much to do. A nice little triangle with those turrets, and make sure you stand in the middle of all of them just so that everyone can reach and help if needed. So, you know, it's gonna cause a little bit of disruption. That Arcane Comet too, just whittling you down, and he does have Ignite too. No TP for mid lane, so a lot of aggression here coming out.
The top lane gang is actually going to be the call as a showstopper, trying to get some early damage down, get the Sejuani out from underneath the turret, and they are going to be able to successfully execute on the play. Tons of attention from All Gucci towards this top lane. That is going to be a big advantage now for Yeetloaf, able to get a couple of turret plates on the back end of that as well, and no teleport for Control Ult Elite. That's a ton of gold and experience that is getting lost to the turret.
Yeah, a lot of gold difference here, and we look at the gold. It's about 1,200, maybe a little over, so a good portion, you know, of an item being the difference on there as well. Ignite now for Control Alt Elite being up here, but yeah, like you just stated, that Nico driving a lot of resources towards the top side and still doing a good job of the jungle clear. Now at 70 to Zach 50, as well as Set being up a little over 20 here on the CS lead. Same thing for the Heimendinger. So these strong lanes once again that we see coming out, but we'll see if that translates.
Bullet time comes out in the bottom lane as True Shot Barrage ult's getting traded back and forth. There's nothing else going to come of that one. Sorry for interrupting you, Gitano.
No, you're totally fine. That is your job, and that's what you should be doing here. Dragon up in 2 minutes here. It will be the Cloud Drake. So we have Cloud and Chemtech already off the board here. So we're
bottom lane once again. He'll come in with the Elastic Slingshot. It's going to be Kakalin flashing forward. Gets the CC down onto the Ezreal. Morgana is already down. And the Let's Bounce from KTL prevents Zivil from fighting back. It's a double kill over to Butters. 3-0 now on the out of Control. Delete towards the top side. Looking for another solo kill. Going to get the flash out from Yeetloaf in the 1v1. Yeetloaf has gotten all of this help from his jungler and still losing to the Sejuani in the 1v1.
Interesting. Very interesting. And we just heard Albino going down. I'm not sure, you know, how too worried I am about that. Heimendinger picking up a little bit of CS lead. You're going to be, you know, oppressed for quite some time, but you're hoping the rest of the team will make up for it. And I think right now they kind of are. You know, you just stated how topside is grabbing all this help, but still is having struggles here, you know, with this top lane, and Control Alt Elite doing a good job of being behind, but still being able to play aggressive, and has a great ward coverage too early, just to make sure he sees any wandering, you know, Krugs or, you know, little wolves roaming around, maybe even a ward kind of coming up towards him. He can spot that out now and be able to maybe have a second or two of more caution, but how much is this too of counting minions in your wave? Speaking of Nico, Nico's coming up here, is being spotted out by KTL.
Both junglers towards the top side here as our next round of grubs is about to spawn. Mid lane, Albino Sunbear trying to fight back against this Heimerdinger. really difficult to try to get any kind of control as the junglers find each other towards the top side of the jungle. Both ultimates are traded. Kakalin with a nice roam. The hero's entrance for the lockdown, and Nico is too far behind enemy lines. Sean can't move over to help out in time, and now gets jumped on by the Zac. It was a great roam down from Ult Elite as well. Just the map movements are superior there for Tilt Esports. It allows them to come out on top 2-for-0 in the fight.
Yeah, great job. Utilization, everything there. But towards the bot
Oh.
side, MF
Whoa, the
here.
flash away from Civil.
Might have
Almost.
No, is not going to go for it.
Oh my goodness. Envy, oh, nice backstep there for Butters as well. Gets away from the Dark Binding. Is going to be able to get this wave shoved in. But the fact that the support roamed up for Tilt to help out in the fight, they win there. And then they almost lose out in the bottom lane as well for OE Civil, almost getting taken down in the 1v1. Seems like everything is starting to go the way of Tilt.
Yeah, it's tilting towards them. You could say at the end of that, Control Alt Delete. I'm getting booed in the microphone in my in my ears, and probably rightfully so here.
That was good work.
Turret plates being taken down here, and 1 and 3 for the Sejuani, down, around that 30 CS mark, but it still does not tell the tale about what's going on here towards the top side.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane has been consistently getting pressured by Sean, but that's where Heimerdinger's strength, right? Is he's so difficult to move in lane, but once he's roaming out of lane and has to have an impact on other parts of the map, that's where the Heimerdinger can sometimes struggle. And Sean, has been putting a lot of pressure on. But here comes the gank. Okay, KTL is going to pull in the Heimerdinger with the stretchy strikes. The Let's Bounce as well for all of the CC. But Silas taking so much damage from the turrets. And the True Shot Barrage from long range is going to take him down. KTL does manage to get the kill back onto the Heimerdinger. Meanwhile, towards the bottom side, Butters getting taken down. A nice engagement from old Gucci. Kakala now heroic punch, Justice Punch back towards the turret to try to get away, but one more Q from the Nico is going to get that kill on the retreating support. KTL now slingshotting himself into this bottom lane, but your bot lane's already gone, man. You're going to get taken down here into the passive. Is Civil going to be able to finish off these bloblets? I think they should be able to, and KTL is going to give him one more. Meanwhile, topside, oh my goodness, it's all over the map. These skirmishes are happening, and it's controlled to Elite the Sejuani coming out on top.
Yeah, Zach, after feeling good on the mid lane gate, then KTL goes towards bot side, and unfortunately
in trouble here as Albino Sunbear teleported in. Ezreal already used the shift. He can't get away from this one. He's going to pop the barrier as well. Is that going to be enough time? The chains are going to lash in the end. Albino Sunbear picks up number 2.
Yeah, a nice little picking up 2 will really help him here towards that mid, lane phase game here, still pushing on the tower. I think they just want to give up Heimerdinger for this turret and kind of let him take it down, let him plant down his turrets where he needs to so he can't utilize them.
DC comes out, and the lockdown is there. Sets up for the Sunbear to come back in once again. It's KTL, actually, getting the last hit on the Heimerdinger this time around.
3, 1, and 4, excuse me, for that Cloud still up, and no one's taking that quite yet, as that has been up for some time. Zach here looking towards the rift, making sure they can secure that. Meanwhile, towards the top side, though, I'm so interested to see this matchup. I was not expecting this.
Me neither.
To go control the Elite's way, but he is kind of putting on a clinic here.
On the Sejuani. Go in, gets the knock up, procs the E again. So much damage. Yeetloaf gonna have to flash away. That wasn't okay, but the Nico is gonna make the difference once again. All Gucci continuing to move towards this top side to try to help out Yeetloaf. The Civil Arcane shifts away from that one. The Galio is gonna join up. Ezreal trapped between the Misfortune and the Bang Bros, and Ezreal had nowhere to go. Gonna be Butters picking up number 5 there. Stolen Showstopper. The turret is gonna go down for Yeetloaf, and Yeetloaf is immediately going to follow as Silas takes him down. This game is extremely chaotic. There is no way for me to possibly cast all of these fights that are happening right now. Nice route from Gucci to prevent the slingshot from being channeled by KTL, but the stretchy strikes pull the Nico back, force out the flash from the OE jungler. But Envy moving over to reinforce. Here comes Control Delete from the top side. Glacial
Good
Prison
ult.
cast onto the Nico. Gucci tries to use the clone to get away, is unable to do so. Another kill going the way of Tilt Esports. This game is just ridiculously chaotic. The side of Tilt, they do have more kills, but the golds, Gitano is dead even.
I just imagine, the playground scenario, 5th grade, 2 guys, just look at each other in the eye, and everyone around them is like, fight, 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 fight. I imagine that is like, the mentality of everyone right now. They are just all in. And I think Rift Herald had front row seats to that fight for a good 2 minutes of just watching them, go back and forth here. So we'll see if Bang Bros make a return here for the Dragon, see if they can keep their lovely FF safe here. As now 7-1-0 completing the BT, as well as the Berserkers looking for more as well here. Tower topside going down in traditional fashion. No TP though for Controlled Elite, so just has to keep pushing here, and hopefully that's enough pressure.
Yeah, so they're going to trade some pressure on that top tier 2 in exchange for giving over the second Dragon, which will go the way of OE. And yeah, I feel like it's like that scenario you were just discussing with all the 5th graders in a circle, but it's like all the kids in the circle are also fighting, right?
Fighting,
It's not
yes.
just like the people. It's like it's just a huge brawl. Yeah. So it's very very messy, this game. It does feel like overall though, the side of Tilt are getting the better end of these trades. They've lost some turrets, so that's their main disadvantage. Well, actually, I say that, but the turret count is actually tied. It's just those top tier 1s that have been taken down. The mid lane tier 1 is about to go down any second now. But they've actually managed to stay pretty even on that front as well. In comes KTL towards the bottom side. The CC comes out onto the Heimerdonger once again. And the Zac and the Silas have actually been extremely effective at taking down the Donger.
Yeah, the Wombo combos split out by both of those two, and Heimerdinger just not online enough and not respecting the gank here from the Zac, and kind of really paying the ultimate price for it here. Rift Herald getting crashed into one. We'll see if they take it to the second one as well. There's no one really to stop them right now, so they could be taking 2 turrets here for the price of 1 Rift. Gets smashed in there towards the bot side. They're trying to ping it out, grab some help, but all these little grubbies are just in the way as well.
KTL gonna find Gucci in the jungle as well. Push Nico off of her red buff. Slingshot forces the back step straight into the arms of Sunbear. Nice pop blossom though. The bullet time over the top is gonna take down the Nico and the hero's entrance as well from Kakalo. And just to make sure that everybody can get out safe, KTL does get pulled back by Yeet. Well, for the stolen pop blossom though, gets a ton of value. The set them. We're gonna get taken down, and in comes Control Delete. Nails the Glacial Prison onto the Ezreal. Civil once again not able to get the flash out in time, and it's an absolutely massive 4-0. Tilt Esports way on top.
I just imagine here Sunbear just in his head singing, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. Just stealing the ult and wombo comboing. Great job there too by Colin, smashing in, grabbing everyone a little bit of MR, and just this team full of magic is starting to crumble slowly but surely here. 9-20, a 4K gold lead as well, and it's just looking a little worse from where here for Enigma.
Yeah, 2 items done now for KTL, as you would expect. Both of them magic resist items. And I think you're absolutely right, Gitano. It does feel like the sun is starting to set on this OE composition. It's just going to be so difficult for them to try to punch through this front line.
The sun's getting low here, big guy. Hulk starts to de-transform here. Ezreal picking up the Trinity Force, but you're going for the Mirror Mana as well, and there's not a lot of damage here early. You're looking at maybe a 4 to 5 item before you truly start spiking and doing a lot of damage, but I don't think there's enough time in this game for that to have happened here. Now, Control Delete's going to take his chances here at Heimer to see what's going on. Galio, though.
Galio into the mid lane. That's going to be
Double
double
flash.
flashes.
Wow.
Envy and Civil both immediately flashed away from that one. They wanted no part of that Galio and what he was up to. So those are some big tools down now for OE. We just crested 20 minutes. Baron is alive now on the map. And I feel like it's not going to take much for the side of Tilt to start looking towards that objective. I mean, I will say the Baron take with this composition, pretty slow. Not the greatest. But their turn, phenomenal.
Yeah, not a lot of consistent damage here. You know, you get MF maybe another item or two, but there's nothing really to burn that max HP down on the side just yet. But I mean, your team comp is very strong, is going to be healthy while doing it, where there's not a lot of losses. You can rotate it between 3 people quite easily rather than having one person walk out of there with under a quarter health. Meanwhile, 35 seconds here for the Hex Tech. That's going to be coming up here, and that will be our soul point contention if it does come to that here. 1-1 for the Dragons. Both Dragons not too curious, but Ezreal.
Taunt over the walls. Civil never even
so
saw him. CC'd
clean.
100-0. Ezreal did not get to play the game.
Oh, bros. Just the bros. Just going in there together. Just
banging.
Wombo.
It's non-stop bangers from these bros.
That's what they're doing. They are just making plays, and they're right next to each other. It's like a bang bang play, So maybe pop guns. That's like those little ones that you when you were a kid.
The fact that Ezreal was the target as well. Maybe that's why Alls is getting a bit uncomfortable. But
well,
anyway.
Tarek should be mentioned in here. For maybe we'll scoot away from that here. Dragon being taken down, bot lane being the next point here as they are kind of winding in here. There's not a lot of health here. Galio and Zach could definitely go in. Here it comes.
There's the elastic slingshot with the hero's entrance. Follow-up. The poor Heimerdinger was separated from the rest of the team. He never stood a chance. But Kakalin a little bit deeper underneath the Galio is going to get taken down. Meanwhile, Yeetloaf the same. Oh, beautiful engage. Oh, Gucci finds 3 with the Pop Blossom. It's an incredible amount of damage. But look at Butters still safe on the back line. The Misfortune's able to do all the damage that they need. The teleport as well to keep the last Bloblet alive. Beautifully played, honestly. Oh, KTL! No! Oh, no. Did I say beautifully played? I meant it was played.
My mod's telling me no. Oh, my body. My body's telling me yes. Butters finally taking down the tower. Maybe about a minute late here. Someone just would have hit that just 2 times towards the backside. Maybe some lives would have been spared here. Colin taunting 3 on the back, doing a great job, but ultimately sacrificing himself with that turret here. Baron's still up in play. I imagine the next dance will be around that.
Yeah. And, I want to take a moment here while we have a moment. I think we have a moment. Heatloaf is going to try to punch the Galio a little bit. But Kakalin does have Sejuani coming over, is going to be able to get away from that one. I want to take a moment to really appreciate the ability that Tilt have shown in this game to play around their misfortune, because that was my main concern in the draft, the fact that you have all of this front line, but misfortune is like the only real consistent carry. But Butters has been protected so beautifully by this composition. They're able to do it all. They're able to dive the enemy backline and make sure that Misfortune stays safe all at the same time. And Butters has been doing a great job as well with the positioning and being able to output that damage. It's been working out really well for him.
Yeah, there's nowhere to get to the backline as well. Just, KTL, Controlled, Elite, and Colin just doing a masterful symphony job of all 3 playing together, making sure if one goes in, the next one comes in afterwards. And the chain CC has to be around that 3 to 4 second mark with these, which makes it almost unplayable, because by that time, you've already had the bullet time, majority of your health has to be chunked, and they have enough, of a lead and damage and tanky enough abilities that even if you do survive, they're going to come at you again and again and again. And it's a never-ending wave of this constant aggression right now. So they need to find some answer to kind of keep them at bay.
Yeah, and the side of OE have not been able to find anything just yet. I mean, that's the thing with their composition as well, right? They have all of these squishy champions. The Set is really the only one who can tank that engage and feel kind of okay about it. Speaking of engage, Gucci is going to get the black shield to stay safe at least for a moment. The Pop Blossom is pretty good. On to 3 there once again. Yeetloaf coming in from the side, but all Gucci's already down, and now Yeetloaf has nobody else to follow up. The Showstopper tries to get control of the lead back towards the rest of his team. That last Mystic shot over the wall, though, is not quite going to find the mark. It's going to be 2 more kills going the way of Tilt and nothing for OE in response.
Yeah, these short little corridors are not where you want to be, especially when Zach starts winding up
Throwing over the
that
wall,
chase.
sticking away from the taunt. And now Kakalin may be the one in trouble. Has to flash over the side of the blue buff wall, but KTL flying in with a slingshot. This is a fight that the side of Optimal Esports were looking for when they're down 2 members. What are you guys doing? Sybil is going to have to flash away, is going to be able to survive underneath the tier 2, but the side of OE, they lose 2 more members, and now they're going to lose the Baron.
This was the problem with the comp. You're on a timer and you have to have the lead. And as we look at this game, it is getting a little more out of hand every single time they opt in for a fight. You know, you should be looking to just kind of farm, play safe, stop the bleeding where you can. You're not giving up soul point here for the next 10 minutes at least. You know, just try to dig yourself out of this hole, but they keep on opting in to these fights over and over again. And eventually you have to say, you know, put down the shovel.
Yeah, it's just not really been working out for them. You know, maybe it's like you said, you know, they feel like their composition is going past its expiration date and they need to find some kind of win like right now. But I mean, that I don't think was it. Going for that play. I mean, they just felt like maybe Colin was a little bit out of position and they could try to punish the Galio, but they should have known that those other Tilt members were in the area and we're going to be able to move over to punish. And it's exactly what happened. Baron now has gone over. 7,000 is the gold lead. Second Hex Trick Dragon on the table for Tilt.
Yeah, I think they're going to pick this up here with no contention. Silas matching set in the top side here. Yeetlov not looking to join possibly here. Does have TP. We'll see if there's any available wars, but he's just going to back and kind of regroup with the team as well. True shot barrage by Ezreal. Close, but no cigar, unfortunately, on that one.
Yeah. Sybil's been trying to go for those snipes with the ultimate. You know, pretty desperate, but you got to try something. So Prison is going to go wide in the mid lane, but the Dark Binding is going to connect on a control with the lead, who does take a bunch of damage. Not enough to finish off the Sejuani, though. Oh, Zach going to get rooted up by the Dark Binding. KTL forced to go into the Let's Bounce. Bull time over the top to dissuade any more follow-up, so they are going to be able to exfiltrate their jungler, but those are some big tools on cooldown now for the side of Tilt. I don't know if they're going to be able to get too much with their Baron. They only have it for 1 more minute.
Yeah, Silas towards the top side here, trying to split and push, but there's so many giant cooldowns as you just mentioned. I think it's one of those that you let that, you know, turret minion do its job, but you do not go in at this point and just kind of hang around, wait for the next opportunity. You know, wait a minute here for them, but they're not going to wait.
Showstopper onto control, ult delete. The Haymaker is enough to take down the Sejuani, and the set manages to limp away back underneath the turret, so that's 1 kill going back over, but they are going to lose their tier 2 in the process. KTL jumping forward with the slingshot, flashes forward for the stretchy strikes. The air entrance over the top, and the Nico's going to get executed before she can pop the Blossom. And now Yeetloaf and the rest of the squad forced back underneath their inhibitor turret, trying to defend, but these baroned up cannon minions doing some work for 10 more seconds are going to get that inhibitor turret chunked down to about 60% or so.
Yeah, losing quite a bit of HP. Baron now just running out, so they're going to have a little bit of saving grace here. Tower a little bit at that 3rd HP mark. Meanwhile, no objectives on the board here for 3 minutes, so they can kind of back and buy, set up for the next great push here, and we'll see what they opt in to do here. If they want to set a 4-1 and see, you know, if you want Sunbear to be able to split push, or, you know, if you feel like Control the Elite can do that, now having that TP as well. Or if you really feel gutsy, 1-3-1 and pressure all 3 and make them split up. But right now you're doing such a good job at the team fight. I wouldn't think that's what they'd be doing. Just, you know, stick together, find some ward coverage in a jungle, keep that area, start to strangle push a lane towards them, and make sure that they have to come to you in those fights. Otherwise you just slowly choke them out.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not that long before the objectives are up again as well. So just making sure you have map control to be able to set up those objectives once again seems like a pretty surefire way to close out this game nice and cleanly. You know, this one has lasted a bit longer than the previous game. If I recall correctly, the side of Tilt were able to close that one out in just under 30 minutes. We have crested the 30-minute mark now in this one.
Yeah, just cresting that, and kills about half for the side of Enigma here, as it is 30 to 14 here, so very close to that 50%. Dragon here coming up shortly, as well as Baron. We'll see what kind of fights opt in for that, and that'll be soul point here for Tilt. Control delete, pushing up just a little far here. Doesn't want to get caught out though.
Yeah, Sejuani very tanky, but still has to be careful. Does
Oh.
dash away from the Dark Binding. Be okay.
Close.
Yeah, just over a minute now before Hextech Soul is going to be a possibility for this Tilt lineup. It's actually a KTL up towards the top side of the map, though, getting some control in the top river. It looks like they may want to actually play for the Baron first and foremost.
Yeah, grab Baron, grab mid lane, and just kind of push it in here. You don't need Soul Dragon, and you can technically give this and the next one up and still be in a great spot here for your team.
Yeah.
So they're going to back by maybe for this final push here, grab a little bit of ward coverage and try to kind of strangle them out here with a Baron play.
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable line. Just the side of Tilt feeling like all they need is one more Baron to actually just close out this game. I feel like, you know, going for the Hextech Soul probably would be the safer play, but just feeling like the Baron is what they need to secure the win is, I think, definitely a fair way to play this one out. And they're going to start it up immediately on spawn. And the side of OE seems like they're a little bit more aligned with my thinking and in assuming that the Hextech Soul is what was going to be played for, and they are not in position at all to contest this Baron going over. It's pretty slow going, but it looks like the side of Tilt are going to get this one uncontested.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're thinking that, you know, Zach's kind of waiting off in the wings to come re-engage as well as the MF, so they don't pull the trigger and kind of force a reaction here. So good job here by Tilt being able to kind of show presence without technically
Make
being there.
control as well.
True shot barrage going in.
Oh no, the side of OE, they were just all in on contesting the Hextech Soul, and now they don't have control of the mid wave. Nico tries to get on top of Butters. The Misfortune is CC'd, and Ezreal's in the back line, does manage to take down the Misfortune, but they had to use everything to do it. And now Yeetloaf is going to flash over the wall, barely survives. Control delete, though, is going to bump Civil backwards. Oh, the Ezreal actually picks up the double kill, gets over the wall into the base, but everybody has dashes. They're able to follow him over. They take down the enemy AD carry. It was a 4-for-2 in the team fight. It was honestly a good attempt for OE from that position, but not nearly enough. And it is going to be Tilt Esports, the defending champions, securing the win in Game 3, and they will move to match point.
What a game here. Just a great job of team fighting consistently throughout the entirety of this game. We saw it from start to finish. These dives by KTL really stepping in place here.
Well, that's
And
a little
they're
bit awkward. So we decided to dive past the Nexus turrets to try and kill Heimerdinger, and that meant that we couldn't actually end the game. So
Fantasy
the game
points.
continues.
Fantasy points, you know. There could be a giant swing here. Maybe Sean, you know, develops into some sort of carry, and Ezreal just true shot barrages past everyone doing true damage. You know,
Ooh,
maybe with his ult or something when it evolves. Maybe Riot made the change.
A new
Glitch in the
ultimate
program. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'm playing a different.
Yeetloaf trying to buy time here off on the side to allow the team to take down the dragon. But he tries to remove the jungler, get the Zac as far away as possible, but the set is going to get taken down. The dragon still alive. Double kill to the Misfortune, and that is going to be the Hextech Soul going over to Tilt, and another team fight win to boot. A 4-for-0 this time in their favor, and they already have the super minions on the Nexus turrets. Surely this time, Gitano. Surely this time the game will end.
You'd think so, but I won't call it out because we know what happened last time here. But it looks to be all but over. Galio, little style points there, crashing in with the ult. Black Shield going down, trying to save a little bit of humiliation here. It's gonna hit a Dark Binding, great, but the Nexus unfortunately going to be crashing down here. 16 to 38. Tilt doing a great job the entirety of this game, just start to finish.
back to back, and it's a 2-game swing. They're going into game 4 here. You're losing 3 bans. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, definitely big swing for Tilt with that game 3 victory. They really have, clearly wrested control of the series in their favor. They have all of the momentum now. They didn't need their Rat Queen for this one. They just needed Butters. Butters doing crazy damage in this game. Over 38,000 in a 35-minute game is pretty monstrous.
Yeah, it's a tall order, but Butter's doing a great job of stepping up for them and really doing a good job of making sure you're in the right position. And if you do end up dying in the team fight, your entire team is basically alive and well because they sacrificed so much to get to you because of how well you did.
Yeah, definitely. And, KTL subbing in for the jungle role as well also had a pretty amazing game, honestly, on the Zac. 10-2 and 19 for KTL in this one. Had a ton of great engages. Really, and the follow-up as well from Kakalin. It felt like Galio was always ready to get in there for the follow-up. Control Alt Elite in the 1v1 against the set was just going insane. Oh, man. Yeah, I said it was all they needed was Butters, but it really was the whole team that played very, very well in this game number 3.
Yeah, I feel like the bros kind of really, put it together for this game and really smash their way to victory here. But KTL just doing a great job early. And, if we're talking about nominations for, the MVP for this one, I think I'm going to have to throw it to KTL. Don't get me wrong, Butters did such an amazing job. But that early pressure, being the point of the sword, just executing flawlessly every time you went in. Great choices, great decision making, and making sure you were there every single time something was happening. I think that's where I'd throw my vote.
Yeah. It's the point of the spear, by the way. The point of the sword, I think, is not necessarily the part of the sword that is most effective. It's really spears where that's the greatest strength. Yes, you can pierce with swords. That's fair. You know what? You're right. It works either way.
What if it's a short sword with a wooden stake? But it's not technically a spear. But it's a hybrid. It's like a SUV, but you don't know if it's a minivan. It's one of those awkward things.
Sure. Yeah.
Appease me here. Just appease me.
Yeah. One thing is for sure, KTL was an absolute weapon in this game of some kind. There's no doubt about that, and he was a very effective weapon at that. So, and I think props as well to KTL just for filling in the shoes, right, of Delilah, who had to bow out for the rest of the match. We were both pretty worried here on the production side of things, but KTL had it on lock, was really able to come in and have that massive impact for the team that they needed. So always, of course, happy to align with you, Gitano, on the jungle POG vote. Great looks there. I think it is now time for us to go to another short break, guys. When we come back, game number 4, Tilt Esports now on match point. Okay, BOL enjoyers, welcome back to Champion Select. We are here for game number 4 draft between OE and Tilt. OE have once again, Gaetano selected to stay on the blue side, just really feeling like that is going to be the stronger side for them. And we'll see if it is going to bring them more success this game.
Yeah, we'll see if the tables have turned. If they're going to maybe create a little bit of a stronger draft than the all poke comp here. You know, on paper still could work, but unfortunately not going the way KTL really grabbing the bull by the horns here and just making sure that game was his from the beginning. So a great job there of stepping in, as you know mentioned before the break here. You know, filling in for the jungle position here. 3 bans only for this one, as you mentioned also in the beginning of the stream. Game 4, there's no, you know, second round of bans here, so this is officially it. Pick what you'd like, and a Zinzao, a very early piece, you know, that, you know, we've seen off the table a little bit. So we'll see if Enigma has that early start. We see lane phase going great for them, and they have that early presence, so the Zinzao could really you know, exploit that as well. But meanwhile, Viego possibly being picked here, maybe a little bit of a tease pick, is going to get locked in. Another great dueling piece.
Yeah. The Jinzhao has been played, or has been banned rather, every previous game in this series. It is one of the more commonly played champions for all Gucci. It does have 13 games on the Jinzhao this split with a 77% win rate. So definitely a very comfortable pick there. The Viego in response, though, it's another champion that's very strong in those early skirmishes. So seems like we might be in for a pretty explosive early game this time around, Gaetano, as the Catfish and the Banana Lady have also been locked in.
Maybe some mixing of the flavors, you know? Maybe you want some catfish,
Yeah,
you creme brulee, you grab some bananas in there.
Thankfully, they are going to be in separate dishes, not the same dish. So, yeah, I don't know if I'd love a dish with catfish and bananas.
Some what do you call it? Some infusions, you know? You take a little bit from here. It's like a buffet. You got to grab from both sides to really, you know, make this dish cohesive. But yeah, starting off in separate plates, but maybe mixing together somewhere.
Yeah. Beautiful marriage of flavors could potentially come through later on. But we'll have to wait and see. As the Smolder has also been locked in for OE, so they've balanced out their aggressive early game jungler with a nice scaling hyper carry for themselves. Most likely going to be Civil playing the Smolder towards the bottom side, but we of course have seen Smolder played in other lanes on occasion.
Yeah, it can be picked, you know, towards the mid side and top as well if it is a favorable matchup. Vars on the other side here, good job being able to keep your distance, kind of also an engage tool in your own right, or a disengage if needed. You know, if Tom Kench is otherwise looking for bananas or people to munch up here, so kind of a self peeler on that one. Hovering this Ari pick, I do like it. Great setup, set yourself up with a charm, true damage coming back from, you know, your ball, and the Spirit Rush being available to kind of be that super maneuverable, get yourself in the right area, and pairs really well with Viego when you start going all in.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's a great pairing, the Ari and the Viego, like you say. So should be able to find some success with the mid-jungle 2v2 here. Of course, we do still need to see mid laner locked in for OE, see what they're going to go for. The Veigar. Interesting. So really indexing a lot into scaling here, Optimal Esports, with the back half of this draft.
Yeah, being able to cage everyone off too. That's a nice safe pick. You find a corridor, you throw down the cage. You got about 3 seconds here to kind of really reposition yourself or kind of get a hold of the situation of what's going on. Plus, you know, if you pick up 2 or 3, you hit a Smolder, you know, right on top of it, calls down the mom. Oh, and the Cassante as well, that can really do some nice damage and kind of throw off a lot of people here. So I do like that pick here coming out for Enigma.
Yeah. Nice. Again, you know, OE needed some more frontline, so getting that Cassante locked in to be able to provide that for him this time around. The Mundo coming through here, though. This is a favorite for Control Alt Delete. This is something that he really enjoys pulling out, and should be a pretty decent matchup into the Cassante as well.
after I saw the Sejuani, I won't say anything negative about any champion this man plays. I'm just gonna. It's art in its own form. Unfortunately, the other piece that I looked at, for Enigma on game 3 did not quite speak to me, but the Sejuani, there was a nice little piece of the corner that looked very stylish for me.
Yeah, the Sejuani, it was simple but also effective. It was
Yes.
effective at conveying a certain idea. That idea being fear in the hearts of her opponents. That was very, very effective. So we'll see what the Mundo is going to be able to accomplish. He does go where he pleases. That much we know for sure. We're not sure how good he is at making art. So that is going to be the question for us in this one.
Mundo could be a misunderstood artist. He likes to throw a cleaver at you and then witness his art himself. It's not for
Sure.
everyone. It's more for him.
I think the skin choice could end up playing a really big role here as well in terms of how artistic the Mundo is going to be. I know you're really big into skin selection and that being a really important aspect of the game. So that's something else that I'm definitely going to be tracking. Usually,
What are you hoping for? If I mind,
Well-
don't mind me asking. I'm wondering what you're thinking about the Mundo. What skin are you hoping to see?
yeah, I mean, if you ask me, I think the businessman Mundo
Corporate
is
Mundo, yes.
yeah, corporate Mundo is probably the best Mundo skin, but it's not a very artistic skin. Businessmen are usually not too into art. Maybe they can like invest in art, but they're not like into art themselves. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a toss up. We'll have to see what direction Control Alt Delete wants to take us with this one. But overall, I do think that this composition for Tilt is very well rounded. They have some great front line. They've got some pretty good engage. Ari can move in and fish for charms. You can have, the Tom Kench diving forward, Mundo running forward, these sorts of things. So they've got some good shock troops to try and set up for the Viego to try and get these resets to come through. And Varus can follow up from very far away if necessary. For Optimal Esports, I do think that overall they've got a pretty cohesive composition as well. They've obviously got great scaling and some reasonably good front line in their own right. But I am worried that if they, excuse me, if they do end up falling behind in the early game to this Tilt composition, there is a chance they do end up just getting run over.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100% here. So you're hoping Zinzao's can make the play early. You got the Viger cage in there too, and Consante, can really do a lot early if you're not on heels with it here. I'd maybe look at maybe nixing the bot lane for an early gank here, but the way that game's been playing too, if you find your opportunity, you gotta be able to take it. And Enigma has not shied away from that either. We see it time and time again where they are pushed up and they are being, super aggressive in lane until not being able to really do anything or match that, aggressiveness until we see the jungler come around. So, while one lane might be able to get punished, the other two are still getting hit down here pretty hard. So, but yeah, I'm really liking Tilt's team comp. It speaks volume throughout the entirety of it. And don't get me wrong, Enigma also has that early, mid, late set piece, but they also have to get to that late piece of it with the Viger stacking over, 1,000 AP and that Smolder fully stacking, the two, I don't know off the top of my head, but the 200 plus stacks to make sure that he can really kind of plow through whatever line does come in front of him. 275.
25.
Thank you.
25 for the
25.
final. Huh? Oh yeah. It's 25. It's the final evolution for the Smolder.
Okay.
But there's as I'm considering this draft for OE a little bit more, there's honestly the main strength that I think they've had over the course of the night for OE has kind of been their laning phase, right? It's been the early game, and I'm a little bit surprised to see them go for this scaling angle. Particularly for Sean in the mid lane there. I feel like, this player, really has over the course of the night, been able to really pressure the mid laner for Tilt in the laning phase. And I think it's going to be pretty difficult to do that on the Vhagar. But overall, Gatana, how are you feeling about these two compositions? Are you feeling like Tilt have the better end of it?
I think Tilt do. You just took 2 games. You're feeling great on the back of that third one, and now you have a more well-rounded comp. you don't have to say, hey, if we lose the early game or if they start poking us out, this is your bread and butter. You've had the team fights. We've seen it time and time again. Great uses by TP. Great, fight initiating, making sure that they take the fights when they want to. And this team comp just has, once again, multiple engages, multiple disengages, and they have strength all the way throughout the entirety. One bad charm, one bad pickup by the Tom Kencher, Viego kind of catching you out, grabbing those resets in the middle of the fight, and it's just going to spell disaster for him.
Yeah, Till definitely with the momentum, like you said, after these past couple of games. And for the side of OE, they're going to need to survive through this early game. We'll see if All Gucci, the jungler that they brought in halfway through the season, is going to be the bridge that gets them towards those later stages and gets them to Silver Scrapes. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back onto the Rift for Game 4 right after this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rift for our fourth game of the night. Tilt Esports able to take games 2 and 3. They are now the squad with momentum on the red side once again. See if they can take it home.
Now, you left out Yordles there in the intro. I'm wondering, was that on purpose or was that just an accident? Because, we don't want to single out the Yordles. I feel like they get enough
in my ladies and gentlemen part of the
yes,
intro?
yes. Just
No, it was purely an accident. I always come back to the fact that Yordles are kind of these mysterious creatures that often don't really want to be noticed by humans. So I'm going to kind of maintain the idea that they didn't really want me to shout them out. They're happy to kind of lurk in the shadows and observe without being noticed or observed themselves.
That is a fair point, and I will allow it. And I do have to bring up one other thing. Towards the top side, if we look at someone dancing here, I think we have the skin that we requested.
Yeah, well, this is my favorite Mundo skin for sure. The question was always... sorry, what was that, production?
Perfect.
Oh, yeah, that's... he loved to dance, and dancing, I guess, is a kind of art, isn't it?
It is. It's an expression, and that's what art is. It's just expressing yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic.
And
Oh,
he can dance if you want to. He can leave his lane behind. And if they don't dance, well, they're no minions of mine, and that's why you end up hitting them because they don't dance. Do you think that's what Riot intended? Like, minions don't dance, and that's why you hit them. Like, could that be
I
lore?
think there's something there. Yeah, I think that does make
I'll
sense.
I'll get in contact with Faker and see if he can spread the word up.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, Faker. Have we ever seen Faker dance? Like actually, like emote dance in game?
I've seen him dance IRL. It's
Yeah, I know he's danced IRL for sure, but I don't know if he's an in-game dancer.
that will be my mission for next time to come up with a clip of him
Okay, yeah,
dancing.
I'd love if anybody could send me a clip of Faker dancing in game. That would be really useful information for me. But turning our attention back to this game, Katana, we do have our junglers on. They did start on their respective red buffs. It's a very interesting clear that we have coming out from KTL. We have gone buff Raptors Wolves buff. So it looks like he's just skipping Krugs and otherwise is going for the full clear. So he's only going to be level 3 as the Scuttle Crab spawn. I wonder if the Viego is trying to get in an early gank before the Scuttle Crab makes its way onto the Rift, if that's the idea here. The Gangster's
like
bottom
it
lane
here.
worked pretty well last game, and here he comes. Knockup is good from Kakulin, but Butter is going down solo. The first blood is going to go the way of the Smolder. And now is KTL and Kakalin going to be able to get one back? They're trying to focus down the Soraka, but the healing is there. Kakalin flashes away to try and stay alive. Going underneath the turret is Civil. One more auto attack. Not quite enough. The lick, the slow, almost enough to take down the Smolder. Now here comes the Sun Bear. ASB looking to be the difference maker. Now Ari does have the flash. Smolder already used his. So the charm connects. It should be a kill. There is the charm, and there is the kill. Oh, Bino Sun Bear gets one back. That is going to be Tilt on the board. But in the top lane, it is going to be the cross-map gank for all Gucci. Flashes in there, takes down the Mundo 2-1. OE with the early lead.
Oh man, what a presence here with the gang trying to grab the Soraka, but a little bit of split damage here, and a lot coming on to Butters, and Butter just unfortunately not able to weather the storm here. So great pickup there by Civil, being able to at least trade back and forth here. Starts off with a pickaxe, so a lot of damage coming out early comparatively to the dagger start here by Butters. So we'll have to see how that affects their early lane here with those choices.
Yeah, I feel like Smolder is one of those champions that, like, yes, he's an insane scaling threat, but the early game damage can also sometimes catch people off guard.
Yeah, it's, like a Cassidy. You never expect it to be early online, but then when it does, it sets a little bit of panic in the mind of that going, ooh, now we have to early respect. But Tom Kench, you're looking for the
Colin
engage.
not going to find the knock-up this time around. Envy and Sybil still playing far enough back. Get away from that one. Ooh, Soraka going to find the route onto Butters. Avera's going to take a bunch of damage there after returning to lane.
Not the route you want to be taking here, especially with your team kind of backing off on the other side of the entire rock formation there. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication happening.
Colin, unfortunately, on a ward down here in the bush, so just going to get spit on a little bit by the Smolder. This is a pretty big wave getting built up by Yeetloaf towards the top side. The control with Elite is still pretty healthy, so should feel pretty comfortable to catch that wave as it comes in. But it is going to be some priority towards that top lane for the side of OE as the grubs do spawn.
And another gank here towards the bot side. Ari roaming down, having Spirit Rush as well.
This time, Sybil flaps away from the Abyssal Dive, and a nice silence coming out from NB buys some time, but Sybil still going to get hit by the charm, and the Smolder has no summoners, and Butters, with the piercing arrow, takes down the little dragon. That is going to be us all tied up now. 2 kills apiece on the scoreboard, and we are going to trade these first neutrals.
Yeah, Zenzo grabbing up Void Grubs here. Mundo just doing farming under tower, and Sean picking up some free farm, and 2 grabbing the 10 CS lead with all the roam that is coming from Ari, and that is going to scale here quite nicely in the early game. Dragon Hextech being picked up a little bit of damage in your pocket. They're really kind of focusing towards that, Soul Dragon points that we've seen the entire game. They grab 1 to 2 early, grab the pressure, make sure that they're, dragging the fights of when they want to with that dragon. So Inferno being the next one. So we could see even an Ocean Soul here going over towards the Mundo, which would be hilarious to see.
Yeah. It's honestly for the other side as well. Cassante and Soraka with an Ocean
Yes.
Soul. I mean, that would be some crazy value also. Nice charm there for the Sun Bear in the mid lane. It's a little bit of a favorable trade, but it's the top lane that we should be worried about. As Control Delete forced to pop the actually that was the Ghost utilized. Mundo holding on to the ultimate still, popping the Ghost to get away from that one. Interestingly.
Yeah, Viego looked like KTL could be coming over there to help, but Mundo just says, just let it go. We'll fight another time. No need to take a bad fight, especially if Gucci does get a little bit ahead here and then starts to snowball with that Zen Zhao. It's definitely not what you want to see. 0-0 and 1, so not a lot of early pressure here coming out from the jungle.
Yeah, overall, I mean, the fact that this game is still pretty even, and, that All Out is going to be immune by the Mundo passive, unfortunately, for Yeetloaf. But yeah, this game's still pretty even, so it's not too explosive early on. You have to think that does favor OE with their scaling comp.
Yeah, they do Smolder here, down a little CS though, so they've effectively put him down, just delaying that timer. It's not, if you can hold him down, it's how long you can kind of pin down this Smolder until he does come online here. So Mundo Briefcase too, could we send someone to help him close it? He's kind of walking around and papers are falling out, and I feel like it's a little bit of a hazard.
Those are actually flyers that he's trying to distribute to spread the good word about. He's hosting a dance battle. Coming up, and he's distributing flyers promoting his dance battle.
Like at the Baron Pit, is he hosting this? It's that, or is it
I haven't actually gotten
location?
my a hand on one of the flyers yet myself, so I'm not sure about the details.
Okay.
I'll let you know as soon as I find out.
Yeah, let me know. I would love to be your +1,
Yeah,
I can do a little Gundam style, and hopefully TF isn't there. Otherwise, he's gonna look at that. But
gonna go wide down here towards the bottom side. That does mean that the Smolder is gonna be able to pretty comfortably pick up this whole minion wave. Continue stacking up.
Yeah, little by little here. Vampiric Scepter as well for Varus is trying to keep that sustain up as well with the Soraka. On the other side, being able to keep Civil topped off here throughout the lane, but Zen Zhao towards the backside here, just hoping there's a little bit of misstep or misplay here from Colin, or maybe a counter from Viego, but Viego not being down there, but a little bit of patience is paying off. Ari here is roaming down.
Yeah, okay, so this is maybe the moment that Gucci was waiting for. Albino Sunbear, that charm's gonna get flashed away from by Envy. The Spirit Rush gets Sunbear out to safety. In comes KTL now on the VA, going into the stun onto Sean. A little bit separated from the rest of the team right now. Heartbreaker to buffer through the event horizon. That's going to get the flash out from the OE mid laner. Meanwhile, Charm connecting onto Gucci, and the Crescent Guard does not come out in time. A nice charm from Sunbear. It's the 1 kill over to the side of Tilt. They're going to walk away with the better end of that one.
Yeah, Ari just leans down a little bit, and Gucci just turning around to get a glimpse, and unfortunately gets caught out peeping there. So Dragon here, less than a minute to go. Infernal, and we will see if we do end up getting this Ocean Soul here for our last one. Mundo, meanwhile, just looking at the minions, hitting them with briefcases, telling them, come to the dance party. We need more. We have the Poros, but it's not really a party without the minions.
That's right. That's right. And hopefully some Girdles. Oh, the double knockup from Kinkala, the engaged Tom Ketch, and he swallows the dragon as well. Civil gets healed up a little bit by the Soraka, but the flash forward for Butters secures the kill. Meanwhile, towards the top side, it is going to be the Mundo taken down by all Gucci in a very chaotic fight up here. The stun gets flashed away from by the Jin Zhao. Albino Sunbear also forced to flash over the wall to get away, and it's going to be 2 kills over to OE in the topside river. So that is a 2 for 2 across the map.
Yeah, good trade there, Cassante here. 2-0. Yeetloaf doing a great job at picking up the Sheen as well. Mundo towards the other side now, picking up Heartsteel very early. We'll see how this lane phase goes now for him with a little bit of extra in his pocket, up a little over 10 CS as well here. So we'll see if that makes any mind of the difference. Civil, though, flashing the flash and the cleanse, blowing both of those significantly here. So if Ari does a repeat or the Viego head down there, that's going to spell disaster here for the bot lane.
Yeah, for the second game in a row, it feels like the side of Tilt have really had a heavy focus towards this bottom lane to really try and get their bot lane into an advantageous position. And it feels like they have been able to do so once again. You know, Civil just trying to get some vision towards this Tri-Brush, trying to walk up to hit the minions, but Smolder keeps getting pushed back underneath the turret. Complete control over the South River right now for Tilt Esports. They're looking to secure their second dragon. They'd give over 6 grubs, of course, as we saw earlier on, to the side of OE. So they would love to be able to get this objective, to keep that neutral count nice and even. Control with Elite is going to be pressured a little bit up towards this top side. Yeetloaf going to chase him underneath the turret. Mundo, gets knocked back actually by the Q3. Yeetloaf going to go underneath the turret for it. The Pathmaker is going to be enough to secure the kill. And the last tower shot will not come through Cassante. Yeetloaf continuing to be a shining light for OE. Continue to put on the pressure in the 1v1. Chain of Corruption connecting for Sybil. Flaps away. Will survive. Takes about 50% of his health, though, and here comes the Sun Bear once again. Gucci waiting in the bush. Does manage to dash on top of the Yari. Charm connecting onto the Xin Zhao. Sybil tosses out the ultimate, but the follow-up is not really there for Gucci. The Xin Zhao is just going to get taken down. It's the side of Tilt that brought another member to the party once again.
This bot lane is getting picked on every single time I see you play. Ari's pushing the lane, making sure she's doing a good job of just, pressing out. Viger can't really counter push as hard as she can here. So, and then that vision ward.
Brings out the event horizon. Ton of damage going down onto KTL, but the Veigar, the ultimate, it wasn't enough to finish off the enemy jungler. It's going to be another pick going the way of Tilt.
Yeah, Orb of Deception just maxed out right now and really pushing super hard. You have the Malignants as well to help you. So Sun Bear sitting around 2k on gold here before the buy. We'll see what they end up picking up here. But towards the top side, Yeetloaf doing a great job of keeping this Mundo in check. 3-0, finishing out the Iceborne Gauntlets as well for a little bit more crowd control.
Yeah, Mundo's one of those champions, though, where he is relatively weak early on. Once he stacks up a lot of health, though, once he gets those couple of items, the Mundo does scale pretty well into the later stages. It's going to be a really strong front line for this team, even though he has fallen pretty far behind here in the laning phase.
Just kind of on that timer, just kind of like that Smolder as well, just kind of an opposite force here as the unstoppable side of it, as it were here. 73 stacks for the Heartsteel, so pretty good numbers here early. Rift popping up as well. Unfortunately, we're not getting our Ocean Dragon as predicted. It will be once again the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, not going to be the Ocean Dragon that you're hoping for, Gitano, but the Cloud Soul could be really threatening as well. Cloud Soul for, the entire top side of Tilt is going to feel really fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of good movement pickup there for them, and maybe keeping Varus, too, on his toes to kind of dodge throughout the entirety of it here.
Even Tom Kedge getting that extra movement speed after you eat somebody feels pretty good.
Yeah. And, I want to say, Tom Kedge has great taste. Instead of picking up bananas, he's been eating dragon this entire time, and I feel like it's a better meal for you, especially for his diet.
Definitely.
Now I want some
more
dragon.
Protein, I imagine, with dragon.
Yeah, little spice in there.
Absolutely right. Yeetloaf once again trying to put on the pressure towards this top side. 2-level lead maintained in that 1v1. Meanwhile, Sybil is going to flap away from this one. It's Gucci that dashes forward, but Kakalin flashes away from Mom. The knockup does come through, but Tom Kench far enough back now able to stay safe underneath the turret. Meanwhile, KTL is going to secure the Rift Herald towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, good patience there by Gucci, but unfortunately not enough here. It's just one flash was blown, and Collins' flash isn't really too heavy of a loss here, as there is that gap close to be had as well here. Top side going back and forth. Meanwhile, in mid, a crash into the turret, but not enough to take it here. And it is down here, probably about fifth HP here. So, but if we look at towards Sunbear side, not that much of a difference, as that turret is about,
Sean
you
just
know,
wants
you
to walk up
sneeze
to
on it.
auto-attack the turret. Gucci is
Yep.
going to get it down, and the Event Horizons is going to force out the Spirit Rush as well. So, good moves there from the mid-jungle of OE. Meanwhile, bot side, Tom Kench diving forward. A silence from the Soraka is going to prevent any further aggression. In comes the Xin Zhao and the Veigar now. Event Horizon comes out, traps Kakalan temporarily. Wind does strike, but here comes the mid-jungle of Tilt Esports. It's Gucci pops the Crescent Guard to try to create a little bit of space. It's Tom Kench diving for the teleport in for Control Alt Elite as well. 5 members in the bottom lane for Tilt Esports. They're going to be able to chase down the Xin Zhao. Meanwhile, the Primordial Burst from Sean is going to be able to take down one. Albino Sunbear almost going down, but the Ahri will survive. The Veigar will not, as the Catfish moves over. He was eating dragon before, and now it looks like Tiny Masters of Evil are his next meal. Diving underneath the turret, he wants the dragon for dessert, and he is gonna get it. The tower shot not enough to finish off the Catfish. The tier 1 will fall in the bottom lane, and that is going to be a optimal, or a tilt rather, winning out on the play.
That is some high quality eats there. You just get a little bit of everything on this buffet. You get Yordle, you get Dragon, you know, you're getting bananas. Like, there's nothing this man can't have. It's just an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Absolutely scrumptious. And look at that bib as well. He's got, I noticed the bib with the skin. It looks like a lobster on there. There's no
Correct.
farmer
I
in
would,
this game,
yes.
though. He was played earlier on tonight, so it must be pretty frustrating for Kakala, and the fact that his favorite food isn't part of as said buffet. We're taking a look at this dragon fight here. This is going to be Cloud Soul point for the side of Tilt if they do manage to secure it, and the side of OE absolutely do not want to let that happen. But it's all 10 members in this South River as we get ready for the team fight. It's Mundo off on the flank. The Snotball from the Smolder going to push him back temporarily. And the jungler looking to move in. KTL on the bottom side here. Could just come down to a 50-50. Chain of Corruption connecting onto Yeetlove. It's Tom Kench diving directly into the middle of the fray. Yeetlove going unstoppable, trying to be the difference maker. Albino Sunbear dashes out to the side, but still gets taken down by the Xin Zhao. But the Xin Zhao falls in the exact same moment. No jungler left for OE. The Dragon will go over. Cloud Soul point secured. Colin dash over the wall with the Abyssal Dive is going to pay for it as KTL now tries to follow up on that one. Veigar is going to get taken down, and now Smolder and Soraka on the run. Looks like they will be able to get away, but that is going to be another team fight plus the objective going the way of Tilt.
Yeah, good job coming out of the progression there. Gucci unfortunately falling super early, which means an easy dragon pickup here in the next 5 minutes. Another one spawning here for the soul point. We'll see if they end up just bum rushing that, or if they end up giving and looking towards a Baron play, as we've seen them do a couple of times here. But I don't think anyone's, you know, yes, they're fed, but they're not MF fed, as it were. But a little bit more gold spread throughout. Ahri 5, 1, and 3, having that Malignance on, as well as the Horizon Focus, just doing mass amounts of damage. Also picking up a Trinity Force is KTL, so we'll see more plays coming out from him. And Mundo, just corporate car flying around here.
Oh, Spirit Rush forward for Sunbear. Civil going to be able to flap away from the charm. Smolder staying safe for now. But yeah, Civil, unfortunately, with all that pressure that was put out from the side of Tilt towards that bottom lane, the Smolder stacking has been delayed a little bit. He's still only around 150. Still like 70 stacks to go for the Smolder. I don't know if he's going to have that final break point by the time the next dragon spawns. Oh, meanwhile, Control with Elite connects the briefcase in the bottom lane. Ultimate about to come off. Cooldown for the Mundo as well. He goes underneath the turret for it. The last turret shot comes out. The Veigar, the ultimate, even committed there. Not enough to take down Elite. And Gucci was a little bit too late. How about the mid laner as well? So a solo kill in the side lane for the Mundo, who was so far behind early on. but he wasn't losing to the Vagar.
No, he was at, yeah, Hull Breaker, second item, and the Swifties. You are not running from this man at any point and time here. So Tom Ken's just kind of waiting in the wings, KTL as well, looking
Okay.
for this next tower.
Yeah, they want to try and take him down. Yeetloaf dashing forward here, but Control Delete unafraid. Standing strong, ready to break some more holes. Mom gonna come out to try to clear out this mid wave, but it's not gonna be enough to save the turret. Charm connects, forces out the cleanse from Sybil. Tongue Lash connects as well. Smolder down extremely low. Will be able to survive. Has, of course, that healing from the Soraka as well. Control over the mid lane. Control over this entire part of the map for Tilt. They're looking to set up a Baron play potentially. It's looking to see if they catch anybody face checking for now, and looks like it will be Gucci walking forward. The Spectral Maw is not going to connect, but the Charm will. Gucci trying to get away. The Event Horizon to peel for the jungler. They do manage to exfiltrate Gucci. And holds on to the Flash. Actually, Flash just coming back off cooldown right now for the Jin Zhao. Did have to burn the ultimate, though.
Yeah, that was a great pushback, but unfortunately just a little bit of a misplay of where the skill shots were landing. A little bit of more of a chain reaction connection. Definitely could have spelled the Baron play for them. Nonetheless, there's, nothing bad came out of it. You didn't end up losing anyone in the team fights here, so all's well that ends well. A minute 30, a little less here on the Dragon. They're trying to clear Baron vision just in case there's another sneak here by Tilt. We'll see if they end up going for it or if they end up just bum rushing the Dragon, picking up Soul, and really putting the pressure on.
Yeah, of course, Dragon would be the safer play. It's spawning in just a minute. So that could be the call for Tilt. They were happy to play for the Baron last game, though. So we could see that to be the avenue for them once again. Of course, Control Elite currently still taking residence towards the bottom lane here. All out committed by Yeetloaf. Maximum dosage come out in return for Control Elite. Trying to get the healing. The Q3 not quite going to connect there. The movement speed for the Mundo just barely enough to get away from that Cassante Q3.
So close, yet so far. The classic Mundo, where you're so low on health, throwing briefcases or whatever's in your hand at the moment towards them, try to swim away, and you end up doing that just fine. So Mundo taking a look what he found here. Great clip on tie, and back to base he goes. Dragon, 14 seconds. Mundo controlled. Elite does have TP, but they might be looking for a fight
over
here.
The wall is going to be all Gucci in trouble. Immediately has to use the Crescent Guard to stay alive. KTL over the wall, also taking a bunch of damage. And the Storm Surge is going to execute the Viego. So jungler down now for Tilt. They are 4v5 down a man as the Dragon spawns. This should be an objective going the way of OE.
Yeah, it should be KTL not being there, just a free pickup. Meanwhile, Tilt just needs to be able to keep pushing these lanes. There's no need to fight, so a great job by them of just realizing that pressure's gone. We don't need to even look at it. Head towards the top side. Mundo and squad here.
Absolutely right.
Looking for another turret. And one big shot there. Looked like a big stack Susan Q from that Mundo.
I believe Demolish scales with max health, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that
the Demolish user, and yeah, obviously as we can see, Control Delete has a lot of health. So yeah,
just a little bit. I wouldn't say a lot. That's Baby Mundo, just sitting, hovering. What does he have officially here? He has 4,700. So I mean, not quite there. He's like in his teenage years. He's not a full adult Mundo.
Teenage businessman Mundo. So yes, I shudder at the thought of the fully grown Mundo. I guess we'll probably be seeing that a little bit later on. We'll be actually purchasing those turrets outright with the Demolish.
So close to the max stacks here. You'll probably have it here after the next fight with the Heart Steals.
Over Yeetloaf now. Had such a rough lane, did control earlier on, but now does have the advantage over Yeetloaf's Cassante. Yeetloaf undeterred, dashing forward, trying to get this damage down. Mundo pops the ultimate, though. Does get clipped by the Q3, but maybe he wanted to be clipped by that Q3 as Elo was chasing so deep for this one. Kakalin, though, on the other side of the map, flashes away from the wind, becomes lightning. The Tom Kench will survive that scuffle in the topside river. Yeah, these guys are just going to keep hitting each other towards the bottom lane. I don't know if anybody's actually going down anytime soon down here.
Mundo looks pretty healthy, so...
He does. He's going to look to secure the turret first, as the all-out is going to committed. Control delete with the turret aggro as well is going to get shut down. So a little bit greedy there for the Doctor, trying to take the turret down in the face of Cassante. That's usually not going to work, and Utlof is able to punish. A spear rush forward for the Sun Bear directly on top of the Smolder. Forces out the cleanse. Gets a bunch of damage down to boot. Even the teleport can be committed here for the Vagar, as actually both teleports for the solo lanes coming through from OE. Ultimate from the Soraka as well, but they're not going to be able to chase anybody down. So Albino Sun Bear just putting the fear in them. Gets out a lot of cooldowns.
Yeah, just for one ult on that Spirit Rush, and it's already a quarter of the way done here, so that'll be up in plenty of time. Dragon up in 2 minutes here. Still soul point here for Tilt Baron. Still ward coverage on it. No team has really yet committed to that point. They're still happy to just kind of go back and forth and scrimmage as much as they'd like here. Mundo, surprise, surprise, going towards that pod side again. Hopefully going to pull 2, and he is now a full adult Mundo. Age 18, officially recognized that he can make his own choices and go where he pleases.
Absolutely fantastic. He's very close to level 16 as well on the Mundo. So that's like, you know, he's already legally an adult, but that's like when he's fully like emotionally matured as well.
Yeah, 26. You can officially rent a car. You start looking at credits and houses and getting excited about buying furniture. And the 12-year-old you just looks and goes, "What happened to us? Where did we go wrong?"
I mean, adult Mundo is probably feeling pretty okay with the whole situation, though. He's probably talking to 12-year-old Mundo like, "Oh, you don't even know what to appreciate. This is really where we're in our prime."
You say you're in your prime, but your knees say differently. They say, no, good sir. You are anything but your prime.
I don't know. The knees on this Mundo are looking pretty solid to me. So continuing to put on the pressure in the 1v1. Dragon spawning about 30, a little over 30 seconds now. Another crack at the Cloud Soul for Tilt. Has control of the lead. Let's put those knees to the test, shall we? As the full collapse coming through from OE. Interrupted, though, as Tom Kench dives onto the back line. Envy is potentially the target here, but the Tom Kench is going to get burned down first. Kakalin does devour the Zinzao, and Control of the League tries to move in to follow up, but they've already lost their Catfish. So now, again, Tilt Esports down a man as the Dragon spawns. At least they do have their jungler this time around, but it's looking like, once again, an objective they're not going to be able to contest. And the scaling is coming through here, Gitano.
Yeah, just a little bit of an awkward team fight there where half the team was on one side of that bottom rock and the other one was on the top half. So maybe just a second or two wait on the engage and, you know, allowing your team to have that follow-up, but not happening here. Ari's going to spots a few out here. Does land the charm.
Sunbear just gets absolutely bursted. And there is the execution. Civil has scaled. Smolder has his stacks now. Was delayed for so long, but now they've been able to secure these past couple of dragons, and their own dragon is feeling really good about this game as we go later and later.
Yeah, this dragon's going to hurt worse and worse as we look at Viger too. AP, we're at 698, so off from that 1,000. Haven't yet completed the death cap, but Turning Events or KTL has started the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they're feeling pressured now. They understand that they're getting outscaled. They feel like they have to force something. But they're not going to be able to take this Baron with all of these OE members alive and well.
Yeah, good luck, but unfortunately, Enigma being able to kind of sniff that out, and there's no counterplay to for Edmundo trying to shove out the Smolder. The briefcases are hurting, but you're not going to be able to have free range here over Smolder for that much longer here. So Sends out, picking up blue for the team. Mundo going back to that split push here, hoping that might be the answer, where they have to spend multiple people towards him and then kind of answer towards the Baron on the top side. Mundo still having ult right now, control, delete, doing the best he can, pops it.
For the extra regen, Yeetloaf also, of course, in the ultimate, in the all-out. Q3 not going to connect, thanks to Mundo's movement speed once again. Control delete gets all the health back, and is just going to be able to continue hanging out in the side lane.
Yeah, full health, red buff. Adult Mundo just doing adult things here. Causing chaos and havoc. Tom Kench kind of waiting in the wings. You know, Colin just making sure if something does happen, he is there. Mundo just runs right by and says, thanks for the tower.
Takes it down. Yeetloaf has to get away from this one now. And I feel like the side of Tilt, they may have been outscaled in the team fights. I think it might be down to control ult delete to try to win them this game in the side lane. I think that's maybe what it's going to come down to. I do like this call. They're going to start the Baron once again to try and create that space for Mundo to continue pressuring the enemy base. But here comes OE. Oh, Sybil! Oh, no! This little dragon just walks up and gets jumped on, gets devoured by the catfish. And now it's 5v4 on the map, and control delete is unmatchable in the side lane. He pushes Yeetloaf back to the fountain, takes the bot lane inhibitor as Sybil falls on the other side of the map. I wonder if they could just go back to the Baron here. I mean, control delete does not have the teleport, so they're not willing to start it up right now.
Yeah, KTL's looking to start it. I think that is the right option. As you just said, you have enough pressure. You're, no smolder here for 10 seconds. They end up starting it a little later than what you would hoped for, but they're taking it down here quite easily.
Yeah,
Gucci, though,
course,
on the side.
He's in the area, does have flash on the Xin Zhao. Could go for some kind of hero play here. Does get into the pit, and he steals it! Gucci with the steal to keep the team in the game. They take down the Tom Kench as well, but control delete is so massive. Butters goes godlike on the Xin Zhao. They're trying to take down as many of these Barons as possible, but heads up play from Sean. Teleports away, stays alive on the Veigar. Huge steal from Gucci.
What a game-changing play here. Has the confidence, flashes in, does great time on the smite here. Dragon now coming up in 1 minute. If they tie this up now with 3-3 for the Dragons, that could spell a little bit of a disaster. As you just mentioned, the scaling on this team. Smolder coming online more and more and more every single minute. Veigar as well stacking up over the 1,000 AP mark now, with that death cap being completed as well as other items. Meanwhile, Mundo becoming more and more of a one-shot tower, basically, and he's got a car. I'm not sure who gave him his license, but I think we might have to have a talk with someone.
We've
there.
covered this already. He's an adult now. He has his driver's. It's perfectly legal, Gitano.
Would you give a car to, let's say, a random person like Ray Charles? He's an adult.
I mean,
I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just simply asking the question of, because you're an adult, does that mean you can drive?
We'll find out, I guess, how he's able to pilot the vehicle, and then we'll determine whether or not it was a good idea to give him a driver's license.
He's driving towards the top side, license
sure
or none.
I mean, I think he's going in the right direction. You can't win in the 5v5 anymore. You got to play for the side lanes. I think this is absolutely the correct call.
God.
We're going to take down the tier 3. Meanwhile, the Cloud Dragon is going to get secured by Gucci and the rest of OE on the other side of the map. Looking to stop the resets right now. It's a dangerous game that Tilt are playing. They know that Control Alt Delete, though, wins in the 1v1. The Tom Kench is going to go in, finds a 3-man knockup, and is going to probably die for it. The flash forward. Butters does get out the Chain of Corruption, but is going to get executed. And the Mundo was not able to make it happen on the split push as well. Yeetloaf standing strong in the base, was able to take down the Mundo, blows up the car, and now it's looking better and better for OE. I mean, they're continuing to hang on in this game. They've stacked up so many Cloud Dragons now. Like you said, the Veigar, the Smolder, they're so incredibly powerful now this late in the game.
But Mundo, he took both side lane inhibs, the most important inhibs. No one talks about how important mid lane, because it's not greatly important, especially in the split push method, which they need to keep doing here. Sun Bear and KTL just need to grab everyone, go towards top side, put, control the elite towards that bot side, and just start strangling them in once again. Because this Mundo is doing such a good job of keeping them in this game here. So that's kind of your win condition, is just let Mundo do Mundo things.
But now it's the side of Tilt that are running out of time, right? They have a Baron that's spawning in about 2 minutes 30 and a Cloud Dragon in 3 minutes. And if we get to that point where the side of OE are able to move in and secure both of those objectives, the Baron and the Cloud Soul, I don't think Mundo is going to be able to outpush them.
You might have to sacrifice a few of the team, and it could come down to a base race, but you're hoping for an RE charm here, maybe to pick up, Viger or Zen, or at best, Civil gets picked out of there, and then you can really start to put the pressure and have that game-changing split end here. But they ended up to 1-3-1 right now, so Viego towards the top side, gonna push that bounty in here, and someone's gonna have to match that eventually here. A minute 50 here for the Baron, and they're going to be able to dance with this quite easily here with that side lane, both of them being able to be pushed in here. Mundo still having TP as well to join the fight, has the Ghost, can kind of fight here Yeetloaf quite a bit before, he's got to make an absolute choice here. But they do
finds a knock up onto Collins. Tom Kench does manage to back away. And you can tell that OE are also kind of... that's a KTL potentially. Heartbreaker's away, gets away from the Veigar. I guess Sean didn't quite have enough range to cast the ultimate there. KTL would have been dead for sure.
Yeah, if the high skill cap ult hits, it's all over. But the crying there for him. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Gets out of there, has to use the ult, already almost halfway on the cooldown here. So will be up here for the next fight. A lot of good vision here. Mundo has to be careful. This team is not pressured anywhere, so he just has to kind of back off, let them re-push up here. So Sun Bear trying to grab a little bit of that pressure. 35 seconds here for the Baron, and this next fight will either spell the game for one of these two. Death timers at that 40, I'd say 50 even second mark at this point, which is way too high to defend the base if you don't have at least 3 members up. And the way these fights are going, it's kind of an all or nothing battle.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I agree. I feel like the decisive fight is probably coming pretty soon now. To control with the lead, still playing towards this bottom lane. Mundo looking to continue putting the pressure on insides, as he does have to do. Baron spawning now. The rest of the squad for OE gathered around it as they try and draw members away from the base. As now they're going to look for the turn. They're going to try to get on top of Civil. Kakalin dives forward, but isn't able to connect on anybody. Does manage to get the flash out from Gucci. So the Xin Zhao is going to have less limited ability to try to go for another steal. It's trying to connect on Civil once again. The cleanse comes out, but the shutdown, it goes over. Butters manages to pick off the little dragon, and Gucci's forced to go for the Crescent Guard as well, but the Tom Kench dives directly on top of him. Another Charm Connect from the Sun Bear, and its 2 kills have gone the way of Tilt Esports. Control ult elite. They didn't even need him to be the one to end things after all. In the end, OE will all fall back to the base, take down the Mundo, but with no jungler alive for OE, you have to imagine that both of these big buffs are now finally going to go the way of Tilt.
Yeah, minion waves are crashing and you don't have a good push anywhere. Gucci is still down. This is Baron, possibly even Dragon, back-to-back. You buy, you push mid, you end the game here in that instance. And unfortunately, Civil just stepping up a little too far, having to blow cleanse, didn't blow flash, but it was just not enough at the time. There's too much of this late game burst that's coming out. Even Vars isn't going to be able to match you stack for stack, but it just takes a few auto attacks and the rest of the team to really help. And a good job by Sunbear there, landing the charm, grabbing the orbs, and just really wreaking havoc here. As soon as one player gets caught out, they are taking full advantage of it here.
Yeah, I feel like Sunbear has been so clutch in this game. I mean, even remembering back to the early game, all of those roams that the Ari made towards the bottom lane to keep Smolder down for as long as possible. And then here towards the end, towards the later stages, finding these critical charms to pick off Civil again. It's been so key to the side of Tilt Esports and the fact they've been able to maintain control over this game.
And I don't see a lot of armor too much, coming out on the side for, well, I mean, Tom Kench's, but it's like the Smolder. I feel like if he gets towards you, he's already going to rip you away. So you kind of have to be careful of the Viger. One bad cage can really land it for you if you have like a runic crook or something like that trying to slow the damage down. Mundo, though, on the side, trying to snipe down Cassante just enough. Yeetloaf trying to hold his ground here, but I'm not sure how well they can. Top inhibitor has responded, a little bit of saving grace, but Viego's going to be clinching that up here with the Baron minion. So do you think they just 1-3-1 and split push this in? Is that the thing, or do you think they should group here for the end?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tough call. There is definitely decent wave clear on the side of OE, and you definitely don't want to go for the fight, absolutely, right? Even with Cloud Soul, it's really scary into the Smolder and the Vagar, so I think pushing all three lanes and trying to spread the resources of your opponents is probably the right way to go here, as Control Delete is getting collapsed on. Mundo immediately going to pop the ultimate to create that distance, get that extra HP regen. Meanwhile, Gucci all by himself towards the top side. The Xin Zhao, in turn, is going to get collapsed on. Mom does come out, but now KTL already with the reset. Heartbreaker forward, gets eaten by the Tom Kench. The Smolder damage is just disgusting, but Butters is going to be able to take down the Dragon once again on the backside there. And now 3 members down, including both of those super fed scaled up carries for OE. It means this should probably be the end of the game. Envy desperately trying to defend the last Nexus turret. Yeetloaf did manage to push away Control Ult Elite, but I just don't think it is going to be enough in the end. The last structures in the base will fall. Only the Nexus remains now for the side of Optimal Esports. They made that emergency substitution halfway through the season. They had a pretty good run over the last couple of weeks here, and they had that amazing game 1 against the defending champions, but it was not enough in the end. Tilt Esports secure the 3-1 victory and move on to the quarterfinals.
I thought Silver Scrapes were going to get played here for sure. What a game back and forth here. This is the Mundo, the amount of sheer force and will by Mundo to say, guys, hold on, I can do this for you. Just wait.
The damage. That's hilarious, man. Yeetloaf actually topped out the damage charts on the Cassante. Despite losing the game, Yeetloaf actually had a pretty amazing performance on the Cassante.
Yes.
5-1 and 4. By far most damage to champions in the game. Pretty impressive stuff. But yeah, Control Ult Elite stayed calm, stayed cool, carried on, went where he pleased, and ended up being a huge difference maker. It was the solo laners. Such a cool story, honestly. It was the solo laners for Optimal Esports that felt like they were doing so much heavy lifting and were kind of outclassing their opponents at the beginning of the night. And then I feel like the longer the night went on, we just saw more and more great moments from Control and from Sunbear. And in this last game, in game number 4, they really came into their own and really, helped carry the team to victory.
Yeah, I feel like on Tilt, everyone just kind of played their part throughout the entirety. Everyone kind of had their spot, their time in the limelight, as it were, and KTL doing a good job of substituting in there for the jungle. And they really didn't miss a beat, or they really didn't feel like they were off at all during this transition between the two. So kudos to them for pulling that off. But yeah, as we look at Enigma, just the laning phase early on, but not enough to translate, and proactive playing made around the map, unfortunately. So great plays all around, but unfortunately not able to kind of pull it off there towards the mid, and maybe a little bit even of a draft difference here in that game 3 that kind of put them on their back heels there.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair to say. But it was a good attempt from Optimal Esports. Yes. I like the fact that they were able to push the defending champs here. They didn't get to game 5, but they were pretty close to getting to that game 5. So
For sure.
definitely big shout outs, big respect. I think they for sure put up more of a fight than I was expecting. You know, I did predict the 3-1, but I think I predicted the 3 to be a little bit more one-sided and the 1 to be a little bit more competitive. But that's a very convincing victory that OE were able to take in that first game. And, you know, throughout the entire night, they were really able to push their opponents more so than I thought they were going to be able to do. So big respect there. But of course, this is the end of the journey for OE Enigma this season. They are knocked out with this loss. And big congratulations, of course, to Tilt Esports on moving on and still keeping themselves in it to have a chance to try and defend that title.
Yeah, I think this is a really good testing ground for them. Really test their mettle, and they put up a hell of a fight. You know, a 43-minute game is definitely nothing to scoff at, and I feel like all of the games too, there was no real super decisive winner. You know, a game 3 could be, you know, there's an argument there, but the rest of them were very neck and neck, back and forth, gold swings going, you know, each in every direction. So a really good one to watch on the VOD.
Oh, yeah. Who's our last POG of the night, Gitano? What do you think?
The man has his license. He's a corporate man. He's a self-made. He didn't need a small $1 million loan. This man is none other than Control Alt Delete on Mr. Mundo.
A true artist. Yes. I think
He's got a
Control
PhD
had a
of
great
throwing
game.
the briefcase in your face.
No doubt, no doubt. It was pretty rough, honestly, for Control for most of the laning phases tonight. You know, did have that really impressive Sejuani game where he got ganked like 1,000,000 times and was still
Didn't
solo
even
killing
matter.
Meatloaf. That was pretty crazy. And then this last game as well. Really just struggled early on, but scaled up on the Mundo. Had so much pressure in the side lane. Knew when to back off as well, usually, right? And yeah, I think definitely contributed a lot to this victory. I personally would give it to Sunbear. I felt like Sunbear kind of bookended this one for...
Definitely did a lot for his team. Yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made.
Yeah, and you know, even the charm towards the end where, you know, he's able to catch out Civil on the super scaled up Fed Smolder and, you know, pick off that carry at the critical moments. You know, I thought Albano Sunbear definitely had a really phenomenal game on the Ahri. But yeah, but I think it really is a story of both of the solo laners for the side of Tilt Esports just kind of scaling up over the course of the night. And obviously KTL stepping in when they needed him, really able to do a lot for the team as well. And Butters and Kakalin, you know, also sometimes struggling in the laning phase, but Butters having some really great games here towards the end when on the Misfortune and the Varus, able to do a lot of heavy lifting for the team in those fights for sure. Do you have any other final thoughts on this best of 5, Gitano? Any other closing remarks before we close out the round of 16?
Yeah, there's a lot I could be putting out here. There's a lot of quotes and a lot of things, but you know, I think we said it best in game 3. I'm not sure how many times we can say it before we get you know, Thor hammered here. So we'll just leave it as watch game 3, and that's all you need to know about my thoughts about this game.
Yeah. There were some bros, and they were doing some activities, and that's kind of how it went down. So, good looks, well played by Tilt Esports. They're going to move on to the quarterfinals for their next opponent. And for us, that is going to do it for us from here. Tomorrow night, of course, guys, we do have the Combine happening once again on the main channel. Here on the second channel, we are going to have the playoffs starting for BOL Platinum. That's going to be same time, same place. Looks like you're going to have SG Proton versus AIE Anguish for that one. But for myself, from Gitano, from all, from the entire team here at Blue Otter, thank you everybody very much for watching. We will see you next week for some more of the Emerald playoffs. Have a great night.